Esta es la junta semanal del Consejo en el juramento a la bandera.
What's on the? Are we good? Okay. Would you call the roll, please, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Harmon.
Here.
Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Alejandro Gutierrez.
Here.
Councilmember Stedden.
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
And Mayor Rouse.
Here. And we have some items to read, or an item to read.
We have quite a few items to read.
We got one first.
Item 2, resolution of opposition.
Wait,
Oh, sorry.
Madam Clerk, can we start with
need
item one?
still.
Sorry.
Ceremonial items?
Oh, sorry. Ceremonial item.
Yeah, Ms. Bjork.
Employee recognition service award pins.
Thank you. Now we go.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse and council members. This is the time each month when we recognize the service anniversaries of our employees who've made 5-year increments in service to the community and the city of Santa Barbara. We have a number of very long tenured employees this month, which is very exciting. I'd like to start with our 5-year employees. We have Wendy Levy, Human Resources Director in our Human Resources Department. B. Bjorklund, Supervising Library at the library. Elena Leonardi, Grounds Maintenance Worker 2 at the Parks and Recreation Department. Caitlin Walker, Project Engineer 2 at the Public Works Department. Alexis Flores, Senior Project Engineer at the Public Works Department. Matthew Thomas, Fleet Services Technician 1 at the Public Works Department. With 10 years of service, Marissa Kahn, Risk Analyst 2 at the Finance Department. Christopher Clark, Environmental Services Specialist in the Sustainability and Resilience Department. With 15 years of service, Mike Wickbeck, Senior Traffic Signal Technician in the Public Works Department. With 25 years of service, Alec Hardy, Information Technology Supervisor, Information Technology Department. Michael Brown, Police Sergeant in our Police Department. Scott Clacking, Police Officer in our Police Department. And George Jimenez, Treatment Plant Technician at the Public Works Department. With 30 years, we have I believe all of our 30 and 40-year people are here. So let me just begin with 30 years. We have Mo Lopez, Water Distribution Operator Technician, and yes. Looks like Mr. Lopez is not here. Yes? Yeah.
El señor López no está aquí presente.
Mo, can we come back to, we've got your proclamation, it's just not at the dais. Let's start with Alec Hardy, if that's all right.
La proclamación no está todavía en su escritorio. Vamos a regresar con ese tema después.
Alec Hardy, Information Technology Applications Supervisor, 25 years of service. Alec Hardy began his career with the City of Santa Barbara on December 28, 1998, as a computer programmer for information technology. Due to Alec's exemplary work and increasing responsibilities, he was promoted to an applications administrator, working on the city's database and application servers, as well as assisting with the upgrade from the old green screen system into a modern Windows-based financial system. His strong work ethic and meticulous attention to detail were instrumental to his May 2022 promotion to his current position of Applications Supervisor for the Enterprise Applications Team. Alec's team is responsible for citywide and multi-department systems, databases, web services, and technology training. Alec mentors information technology staff and encourages effective communication and sharing of knowledge among his team. He has exhibited a strong passion for innovation, adapting to the ever-evolving landscape of technology and contributing to the efficacy and effectiveness of city operations throughout his expertise. Alec lives in Carpinteria, where he enjoys spending time with his family, sailing, and volunteering for the Rotary Club of Carpinteria. Alec Hardy, on behalf of the City Council and your fellow employees, it is my pleasure to recognize your many accomplishments and thank you for 25 years of dedicated service to the City of Santa Barbara. Congratulations. Would you like to?
Thank you. I just want to say a big thank you to the council and the staff that I've worked with over these 25 years. It's really great to be acknowledged like this. Thank you.
Next, we're going to do the proclamation for Rick Marshall, Water Distribution Operator Technician 2.
There we go. There's a nice face. Congratulations. Rather familiar face in town here. Rick Marshall, Water Distribution Operator Technician 2, 40 years of service. Rick began his career with the City of Santa Barbara on December 5th, 1983 as a Utility Worker 1 for Public Works. Due to Rick's exemplary work and increasing responsibilities, he was promoted several times to his current position of Water Distribution Operator Technician 2. Rick has mentored many water resources staff and ensured safe and reliable drinking water to the community as a certified treatment and distribution operator. Rick's strong work ethic and expert mechanical skills have been key to maintaining and operating the city's complex water system. Staff and the city's community are grateful to Rick for the tireless effort, can-do attitude, and for always going above and beyond during emergencies. He has helped restore water service 1,000 times over during his career. Rick's work was essential during the T, Jesuita, and Gap fires when he was deployed to the hot zones with public safety staff and worked around the clock to preserve the integrity of the city's water system and sustain firefighting capabilities. His dedication and commitment have been recognized and awarded many times throughout his career. Rick, in his 4 decades working for the city, has worked on nearly every water and wastewater asset, which is extraordinary given the breadth of the city's water system from Gibraltar Dam to El Estero. Rick lives in Santa Barbara, where he enjoys spending time with his family, camping, anything that is mechanical, and helping others. Rick, on behalf of the City Council, the residents of Santa Barbara, and your fellow employees, it was great pleasure that I honor you for your exemplary 40-year career and dedicated service to our community. Thank you, Rick.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Thank you, Mayor, council members, and all the people that I've had to work with.
Mike Brown. 25 years of service as police sergeant. Mike Brown began his career with the Santa Barbara Police Department in December 1998 as a police academy recruit. He graduated from the police academy in June 1999 and thereafter became a valued member of the SBPD, whose dedication to the profession earned him an eventual promotion to the rank of sergeant. Mike has held many positions during his tenure at the police department, including the Special Enforcement Team, High Tech and Youth Services Detective, Patrol, Major Crimes and Traffic Sergeant, Firearms Cadre Instructor, and Hostage Negotiator Team Sergeant. Mike is currently assigned as a Professional Standards Sergeant. Mike has received many commendations throughout his career from community organizations, school district administrations, and federal, state, and local public safety agencies. Mike is known for his passionate problem-solving, intelligence, and determination, as well as his care and commitment to any team he leads. Mike has handled several high-profile cases. The most notable was his leadership in a 13-month investigation named Gator Roll, which culminated in a multi-agency gang sweep involving approximately 450 law enforcement personnel. Mike's most proud of his two children, Josh and Samantha, Sammy. Josh was a world-class BMX rider, played football while attending City College, and attends UC Berkeley. Sammy was also a high-ranked BMX bike rider, graduated from UCLA, and currently works with underprivileged high school students in Long Beach. When not on duty at the police department, Mike spends his time helping others as both a strength coach and physical fitness instructor. Sergeant Brown, on behalf of the City Council and your fellow co-workers, it is my pleasure to recognize your many accomplishments and thank you for your 25 years of dedicated service to the city and the local community. Thank you, Mike. Well done.
I just want to say thank you to my department for all the support over the years. They have seen me through some rough times and some really good times, and it's been a really great career to have with this department. Thank you.
And Mayor and Council and members of the public and the city community, Mr. Lopez is here in support of his colleagues, but not because he wanted to be read out in person. So we're very happy to see him and for his wonderful service.
Okay, now, are there any changes to the agenda?
Mayor Us, in keeping with the meeting so far, yes. We have two minor changes that we need to make on the consent agenda, but and we will address those when those are read, but we would like to pull item 17 from the consent agenda.
Okay, pulling 17 from the consent agenda. Okay. All right, and with that, while everybody's filing out, Madam Clerk, do you have a few items to read? Wait.
And Mayor Us, just as she's reading those, we have administrative changes to items 2 and item 29.
Okay.
And we will make those for your consideration of just adopting with the consent agenda as the clerk reads them.
All right, very good. Madam Clerk,
Very good. And I will include numbers 2 and 29 as I read here.
thank you.
Item 2, minutes. Item 3, elimination of average unit size density incentive program expiration date ordinance adoption. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only. An ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending Santa Barbara Municipal Code sections 30.20.030, 30.25.030, 30.30.30, 30.140.220, 30.150.010, 30.150.040, and 30.150.050 to eliminate the expiration date from the average unit size density incentive program. Item 4, communication facilities license agreement with Cox Business and SBA RAC participants / DBA AV AirPros Services ordinance adoption. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only, an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara approving and authorizing the airport director to execute a communication facilities license agreement with Cox Business and SBA RAC participants DBA AV AirPros Services located at 25 David Love Place, commencing upon the effective date of the enabling ordinance. Item 5, prohibiting heavy vehicles on portions of Aliso Street and Sola Street, ordinance introduction. Recommendation that council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only, an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending the municipal code by amending section 10.60.040 pertaining to prohibiting heavy vehicles on portions of Aliso Street and Sola Street. Item 6, lease agreement with Captain's Cove LLC, DBA The Anchor Rose Lounge, located at 113 Harbor Way, ordinance introduction. Recommendation the council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only. An ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara approving and authorizing the waterfront director to execute the amendment to lease agreement number 28360 with Captain's Cove LLC, deferring 3 months base rent with lease terms ending December 31st, 2025, commencing upon the effective date of the enabling ordinance. Item 7, loan to Transition House for $1,284,850 for acquisition of property located at 712 West Anapamu Street. Ordinance introduction. Recommendation that Council A introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance with the Council of the City of Santa Barbara approving a loan agreement with Transition House in the amount of $1,284,850 for the acquisition of real property located at 712 West Anapamu Street to be used for transitional housing, to be secured by a deed of trust and a 90-year affordability control covenant imposed on real property, and authorizing the Community Development Director to execute such agreements, subject to approval as to form by the city attorney as necessary. Item 8, introduction of ordinance approving the 2022 through 2025 Fire Management Association Bargaining Unit Memorandum of Understanding. Ordinance introduction. Recommendation the council ratify the Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Santa Barbara and the Santa Barbara Fire Management Association Bargaining Unit by introduction and subsequent adoption of, by reading of title only, an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara adopting the 2022-2025 Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Santa Barbara and the Santa Barbara Fire Management Association. Number 9, introduction of ordinance approving the 2023-2025 Treatment Plants and Patrol Officers Memorandum of Understanding. An amendment of Resolution Number 23081, the Position and Salary Control Resolution for fiscal year 2024. Ordinance introduction. Resolution. Recommendation the Council A ratify the Memorandum of Understanding between the City and the Service Employees International Union, Local 620, Airport and Harbor Patrol Officers and Treatment Plants Bargaining Units for the period of October 1st, 2023 through December 31st, 2025 by introduction and subsequent adoption of, by reading of title only, an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara adopting the 2023 through 2025 Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Santa Barbara and the Police Officers and Treatment Plants Bargaining Units, TAP Units, and B, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending Resolution Number 23081, the Position and Salary Control Resolution for fiscal year 2024, affecting the salaries of certain classifications in the Treatment and Patrol Bargaining Unit effective December 2nd, 2023. Item 10, Waterfront Department Amendment to Resolution Number 23079, Harbor Slip Mooring and User Fees Resolution. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara directing the city clerk to correct clerical errors by correcting a fee in Resolution Number 23079, adopted on June 13th, 2023, which became effective on July 1st, 2023, or as provided therein, and amend the City of Santa Barbara schedule of penalties, fees, and service charges. Item 11, community project funding grant in the amount of $1,500,000 for the Dwight Murphy Field renovation project. Resolution. Recommendation that Council A adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara, State of California, authorizing the Parks and Recreation Director to enter into community project funding grant agreement in the amount of $1,500,000 with the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development for the Dwight Murphy renovation project, and B, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending Resolution Number 23076, adopting the budget for the Parks and Recreation Department fiscal year 2024 to appropriate U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development community project funds for the Dwight Murphy renovation project. Item 12, grant funding for CalRecycle solid waste reduction programs. Resolution. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara authorizing the Sustainability and Resilience Director to execute all necessary documents and submit grant applications for all California Department of Resources Recycling and Recovery grant programs for which the city is eligible. Item 13, contract amendments for design and construction support services for the Central Library renovation project. Recommendation the Council F adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending Resolution Number 23076, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2024 to appropriate funds for the construction of the Central Library renovation project. And a few more at the end. Hold on. And then item 29, which will change but currently reads, specific plan SP 11 CHC and general plan amendment for 3237 State Street, ordinance introduction. Recommendation that Council A, introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending the municipal code by adding Chapter 30.136 to establish the Community Health Center specific plan zone. And B, at the time of ordinance adoption, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending the general plan map of the City of Santa Barbara pertaining to Assessor's Parcel Number 051-112026 located at 3237 State Street, And I would note that this is opening the public hearing on item 29 and also item 30. And item 30 is designation of proposed non-residential building at 621 West Mitchell-Torina Street as a community benefit project. Recommendation that council designate the proposed Santa Barbara Neighborhood Clinics project at 621 West Mitchell-Torina Street as a community benefit project pursuant to Santa Barbara Municipal Code SBMC, Chapter 30.170, and allocate 3,352 square feet of non-residential floor area to the project from the non-residential growth management program's community benefit category. And that's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Administrator, do we need to read into the record the correction of the minutes for item 2?
Yes, please, Mayor Rouse, and also I would like to have Ms. Ostringer talk about the changes to the introduction of the ordinance, please.
Okay, very good. So the correction of the minutes, first of all, please, Madam Clerk.
Sorry. Mr. Mayor and Council, these are the minutes for the regular meeting of September 26, 2023. And it is for item 12. The final vote should indicate majority roll call vote, noes, council members Friedman and Mayor Rouse. No other changes to that item.
And then with that, then we'll bring up Ms. Ostringer to discuss item 29. And after that, we'll talk about items you'd like to pull.
Mayor Rouse, council members, item 29, there is a small revision that needs to be made to the ordinance as currently in your packet. There was a change to Article 30.136.040B. What was approved by ordinance committee was not what was uploaded into our OnBase system. So I provided you with a memo. And if, Mayor Rouse, if it's okay with you, I will reread what we would propose as the new staff recommendation that reflects the change.
Please do.
Thank you. Recommendation that council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending municipal code by adding chapter 30.136 to establish a community health center specific plan zone and changing the language in subsection 30.136.040.b.1 to read as follows. Uncovered parking spaces may encroach a maximum of 5 feet into the required 10-foot front setback. And B, at the time of ordinance adoption, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending the general plan map of the city of Santa Barbara pertaining to assessor's parcels number 051-112-026 located at 3237 State Street. Sorry, I'm not as fast as Ms. Gorman.
All right, thank you very much. And with that, we'll go back to council and see if there's any items anybody would like to pull. Mr. Friedman,
I would like to pull item 29.
item 29. We've been talking about that anyway. And Ms. Snedden,
I'd like to vote separately on item 3.
item 3. Is that for discussion or just a separate vote?
Just separate vote.
Thank you. All right, with that, I would entertain a motion on the balance of the consent calendar absent item 3, absent item 29, and absent item 17.
So move.
Moved by Friedman, seconded by Alejandro Gutierrez. May we have the vote, please?
Very good. This is a motion for the entirety of the consent calendar except for items 3, 17, and 29. Motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Alejandro Gutierrez. Go ahead and vote, please.
Item passed unanimously, thank you. And with that, we will go to item 3. General? Okay. You want to we will take a motion on item 3 then. We'll need a motion from anybody else? Mr. Friedman?
I'll move item 3.
Move item 3, second by Harmon. And with no comments, so we'll just have the vote, please.
Very good. This is a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Carmen, made by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Harmon for item 3. Go ahead and vote, please.
Passes 6-1 with Sneddon voting no. Thank you. And then we have item 29. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say on this project, it is a major part of the redevelopment of Uptown. And this project in particular with American Indian Health Services and the redoing that whole parcel is going to provide a much needed benefit to our community and those who are accessing health services, as well as make that intersection much more attractive and useful to the community up there. And it's been a long process, but it did go by the Planning Commission unanimously to get it passed to us. And so I just wanted to say this will be a much appreciated and anticipated revitalization of that intersection on State and Las Positas up there. And I do see Mr. Black and Ms. Collins here from American Indian Health, if you'd like to come up and say a few words to this project.
Ms. Collins.
Mayor Rouse, council members. Can you hear me? Yes? Okay, it's working, great. Thank you. I'm Beth Collins. I'm a land use attorney from AIHS with Brownstein. This has been a long and complicated journey. I'm not sure if you know, but this is the first project of this type that's ever happened in this entire country. It's a model of actual transfer of federal lands to an urban Indian healthcare clinic. So I'm really proud of Santa Barbara. I'm proud of our community. I'd like to express my gratitude to everyone at the city who's worked with my client to make this important project a reality. Without your patience and expertise, we would not be here on this great day. So again, thank you so much from the entire AIHS team. With that, I'll pass it to Scott Black, our Executive Director, for a few words.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse and council members. My name is Scott Black. I'm the CEO of American Indian Health and Services. And I'd like to take this opportunity, along with Beth, to acknowledge your wonderful staff that worked on this project, and the Historic Landmarks Commission, Planning Commission, and of course the City Council for the support for this location, which will be our permanent home. On behalf of American Indian Health and Services, our patients, staff, board of directors, I would be remiss if I didn't give thanks to the members of the community and for their support. As you know, we serve American Indian, Alaska Native, and all community members for medical, dental, behavioral health, community wellness, pediatrics. We have quite a broad range of services. Lastly, our 7,500 patients that receive services annually, and we look forward to inviting you to tour the location, and especially when we have it built as a community health clinic. So thank you.
Thank you. And I've been able to ask, Madam Clerk, are there anybody online that want to pull a comment or consent item?
No raised hands, Mr. Mayor.
Good thing, because we already voted on them. Very good. Then with that, we'll entertain a motion on item 29.
I'll move item 29.
Moved by
I'll
Friedman.
second.
Second by Alejandro Gutierrez. May I have the vote, please?
Mayor Rouse? Could the motion reflect that the item is amended as read into the record by the city attorney?
Maker of the motion?
Yes, as changes as reflected.
Thank you.
Second?
Now we can vote.
Very good. This is a motion for item 29, reflecting the item as amended, as read into the record by the city attorney's office. Motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Alejandro Gutierrez. Go ahead and vote, please.
Thank you. That passed unanimously. So that concludes the consent calendar. We will be doing a public comment after both Finance and Ordinance Committee report. We will be accepting slips and online hands raised until 2:45, and then we'll cut that off. All right, very good. And with that, I'll take a report from the Finance Committee, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we had one of our larger Finance Committee meetings today. We had 4 items. The first was we approved recommendation for the loan transfer to Transition House for the property at 712 Anna Pamu Street, which will provide much-needed transitional housing with a permanent 90-year covenant on it. And it gets to exactly the type of housing that we need, and it's part of, included in our housing element that is coming before us shortly. So we're making progress on that, and it's a much-needed. I want to thank Transition House. They're an excellent partner, and in this particular project, it was Transition House as well as the philanthropic community and the city that all contributed. So it's a model for future investment in affordable housing opportunities. The second item is the Finance Committee recommended it'll come to full council as a resolution in opposition to the Taxpayer Protection and Government Accountability Act that will be on next year's November ballot. And basically, the Finance Committee found that there are a lot of implications if that was to pass on the ability for the city to provide, cities across the state and local governments to provide the services that our public expects from us, including public safety, libraries, parks, and others, especially general fund finance departments. And so we recommended that comes to the council. And then we also updated the city purchasing requirements for items that that were already approved by the council as part of the budgeting process. It's in line with our Vision 2030 sustainability initiative to ensure that we are optimizing and our systems are making a streamlining process, as well as opportunities to save staff time so they can work on other projects. And in this case, what we specifically recommended was that to increase the city administrator's authority for projects up to $100,000. But that is in line with other communities. It's pretty standard, and that hadn't been increased in approximately 20 or plus years. And so it went from about 35,000 up to 100, and inflation during that time had been over 30%. Also increased the threshold for informal quotes for services to that, and then also update formal contract procedures for best value as a bidding option for goods and services, which is what we have already voted to do for public works capital projects. So we're in line with that. So we're able to look at projects for best value on the services side as well.
Thank you. We'll take a report from the Ordinance Committee. Mr. Chair, Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We had a staff report and public comments on revising our tenant protection ordinance to address the rent eviction issue. We ended up going so long that I'm going to continue the meeting for next Tuesday's Ordinance Committee meeting for discussion and deliberation.
Thank you. Mr. Friedman, you had an additional comment.
Thank you. There were so many items, I forgot the fourth item at the Finance Committee today. We did hear the first quarter financial reviews for fiscal year 2023-2024, and we did recommend to approve the interim financial statements for that time, as well as first quarter adjustments and expenditure appropriations. And currently we are on track still to have approximately $3 million deficit coming in, and our revenues are under expectations coming in, and we are watching the transient occupancy tax, which is actually lower this year than it has been in previous years. And of note for the public is that the council did make a investment last year to do enforcement of the short-term rentals, and as part of that, our staff has gone back and collected back taxes that are due, and that came in at approximately $118,000 that they were able to collect as part of the TOT, and that's included in this year's TOT right now. So without that, the TOT would actually be $118,000 less than if we were just considering what has come in through our normal processes. Thank you.
The report was almost as long as the meeting. That's right. With that, we're going to go to public comment, but I have a couple of things I'd like to say first. As you know, last time We did public comment. We shut off the remote public comment because it got abused, and we weren't the only agency that happened to. But this council really wants to have remote public comment as part of the ability to participate for the public at large. And to that, we have to observe a few things. We take public participation really seriously, and we want to hear from you. You are how we develop policy going forward because it's you who we work for. We want to hear from everyone, which means we have to protect the voices of everyone, and that means a certain level of civility, a certain level of decorum. It means not using obscene or offensive language. It means not using defamatory language. You have First Amendment rights, but this is in fact a business meeting. And the business meeting is going to be conducted by the rules and desires of this council. And the reason why we have those rules and the reason why we have that decorum is to protect the speech of everyone. So that's why we'd like you to refrain from clapping, booing, shouting out, doing things that are distracting to other people, because everybody deserves to be heard and everybody deserves to hear everyone. So we will return to remote comment, or we are returning to remote comment today. We will not allow for the kind of atmosphere that would make it abusive for anyone in this audience, or especially for our employees, to have to hear language that is untoward or in some cases even violent. We're not going to abide by that. Outside in the public square is where free speech roams. Here we have certain guidelines we like to adhere to. So we'd like you to speak to things that are within this jurisdiction when you're doing general public speech, things that we can actually take action on and relate to. And when it comes to the specific item, we ask that you narrowly stay to that specific item that you've waited to speak on. For the most part, there's not ever been a real problem. It was a couple of weeks ago, and now we're back to where we want to be. But remote public speech is not necessarily required. It's not a part of the Brown Act. It's something this council desires to participate in. So with that, I hope everybody can remain civil in the holiday spirit, and we can move forward and make sure everyone is heard and heard completely without any intimidation or interruption. Thank you. And with that, we will go to general public comment, 3 minutes at the podium for anything within the jurisdiction of this body. We're going to start with Rodney Sanchez. Okay, maybe not.
He's here, but it's Chavez, not Sanchez.
Oh, Chavez. What did I say? Oh, sorry about that. Anyway, you have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and council members. My name is Rodney Chavez. I'm a lifelong resident here in Santa Barbara. I attended all the local schools, graduated, and I've been happily married with my wife Lupe for more than 40 years now. And we're happy to live in Santa Barbara, to enjoy this community, and I'm happy that you are too. You're here. I've been fortunate because my parents were fortunate. They worked here, and they made it easy for us to transition here. It wasn't difficult at all. And it's my desire, my wife's desire, to stay here all our lives. Anyway, the reason why I'm here today is because I live at 1036 East Ortega Street. That's 1 block up, or 2 blocks up from Milpas. Now, Milpas, north and south. There's Alisos, and I live on East Ortega, 1036 East Ortega. Now, with the new so-called peninsulas or islands, diverters, there's 3 of them that block me from going to my pharmacist. I'm 66 years old, so I go to my pharmacist on Carpinteria Street. I go to my banker on Carpinteria Street. I go to my grocer my pharmacist, and my banker all on Carpinteria Street and Milpas Street. The only way to get there now is to use Milpas Street and to go through that roundabout. It's ridiculous. I don't understand what happened or who made the decision, ultimate decision, to build those diverters. The stop signs going up now are great. The crosswalks are great. Everybody wanted that. They always wanted that. But the diverters makes it impossible to transfer from going from my house or anyone living in the lower Riviera, I call it Milpas Gardens neighborhood. That's where the Superica is. You know where that is. Okay, I'm 2 blocks away. So I can't go, if I go down Ortega Street, I can't go left. There's no way to go, I have to go to Milpas. If I go I live on the corner, so I have North Voluntario, 700 block North Voluntario. If I go down North Voluntario, I have to stop at the school. Then I have to make a right. Then I make a left on either Wilson or Alisos, but then I can't go through. I have to go back down Mason Street, go back to Milpas and deal with that again. If I go to my recycler, and you know where that is, over there by Marburg's on Cacique, and there's also the United States Postal Service. Now, I'm denied access to go there on my vehicle unless I use Milpas Street, which is ridiculous. I don't understand that. Everyone in my neighborhood who lives in that general area does not understand the diverters. Now, I know you call them peninsulas. They're blocking the street. We cannot turn left. Anyone coming from the freeway, and if they want to avoid Milpas Street, did I exceed?
Yeah, that was 3 minutes. Go ahead and finish your sentence, please.
We can't use the underpass at there at Cacique. $1 million underpass, beautiful underpass. We can't use that anymore because there's no way to get to my house. I have to go up to APS and make my way down unless I try to maneuver through and around Franklin School, which is bad as it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Clint Orr.
Mayor Rouse, council members. The reason I'm here today, again, is the air pollution that is destroying Santa Barbara. And you guys think it's, I don't know, like it's not an issue. Leaf blowers can't be within 100 feet of a sidewalk in the United States of America. You cannot stop me from walking a sidewalk. That's against the Constitution of the United States of America. Somebody's walking down with a gun, and all that poison goes in my eyes, my ears, my nose. At this point on Coast Village Road, I don't know if you've ever been there before, 93108, there's leaf blowers on every property, every morning, sometimes twice a day. You cannot walk the sidewalk. You can't. So we're going to put a resolution together. We got to be 100 feet from a sidewalk. And if you don't like it, then I'll just do a recall to get some people that are not going to allow my kids and grandkids and my mother going to church from being poisoned while they walk down a sidewalk. That's against the United States Constitution. So I don't know where you guys are from. That's against the United States Constitution. So there will not be leaf blowers. So 100 feet from a sidewalk, and I'm going to give you 100 days. If you guys don't pass a resolution on that, I'm going to ask for a recall, and I will hold that. You watch. You guys will be famous worldwide. You can't poison me when I walk down a sidewalk in Santa Barbara, California. That's against the law. And you don't know that, but I know that because I'm running for, president. So anyway, the point is we got to work on street sweepers. No leaf blower should be on a blacktop. What do you think is on the blacktop? Pizza? That's toxic waste off the freeway. What are you blowing that up in my face for? I don't care if it's an electric or a gas leaf blower. It's still against my right to walk the streets of the United States of America, and you guys got to stop it, not me. You're the leaders here, I believe. That's what I've been told. I know you do a lot of leaf, ribbon cuttings and stuff, but we got to get these things off. So leaf blowers got to go 100 feet from all sidewalks in the city of Santa Barbara. We can work with Kitson and Big Green and Plowboy and give all the guys $100 a week bonus for using mops and buckets and brooms and things like that. But use the hose bibs. Everybody thinks the hoses don't exist anymore. So anyway, that's it for me for right now. I'll see you next week.
Thank you. Next speaker is Melinda, and I apologize, I can't make out the last name, but so I won't insult you like I did the other person by mispronouncing it.
This is the first time for me. Oh, I'm supposed to address you, Mayor and council members. This is a first for me, and I had a little shaky hand, so that's why. But I'm Melinda Becker. I've lived here since 1974, moved here from La Jolla, had a wonderful life here, raised 2 beautiful kids here. But 2 weeks ago, I had an experience that I think is more important than anything you've really talked about here today. I decided to take the train to San Diego. And so I took the early train, I got to the train station about 10 of 6. I'm guessing that was close enough. And I had someone with me to help me with my luggage, but I was pulling some luggage. And I started up the door to the main door of the train station. And I noticed some water, and I looked at it because I'm being very careful walking. And then I looked again, and there was a man peeing on the door of the train station. I couldn't register. I stood there, and I was really in shock. I just could not believe that I was standing at the train station in Santa Barbara, California, and this was going on. And when I got on the train and had a chance to calm down a little bit, I was okay. But if this is going on in this town, I am just appalled at it. I've heard stories. I've heard stories about women that don't want to go out at night, Lower State Street for dinner. They don't go. I am a widow, by the way. And I can see why. That women my age don't want to go downtown. And I think this needs to be addressed by someone. I don't know if it's you guys, but I do think it's going to be the end of this town eventually if it's not cleaned up. There has to be bathrooms somehow that people can use in this town. And it really bothers me that I'm here bringing this up. I don't know what can be done. I don't know exactly what the answer is, but we've got a lot of people, visitors, that come to Santa Barbara, and they go home and tell tales. And I don't want our town to have this image. And that's my situation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for listening.
Okay, with that, we'll close general public comment and move to council member committee assignment reports. I'm sorry, was anybody online? I forgot about that part already. Only took a week.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have one hand raised for Jim Cannell.
Okay, very good.
So Jim Cannell, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Jim Cannell. I was here last year about this time, breaking down the number of parklets that we had on the street this time last year. And last year we had
Mr.
47
Cannell,
parklets.
Mr. Cannell, is this about item coming up, which is item 32? Because we're still
Which
on.
is,
Yeah, we're talking about are you talking about the right-of-way parklet, sir?
no,
Okay, you're talking about the ones specifically on State Street?
I'm just talking about the ones on State Street.
Okay.
A general comment. I'll speak on the other items later when they come up.
Well,
But the issue I have
wait,
is
let me
that-
interrupt you just for 1 minute. I'm going to ask a question. So this is specific to the State Street thing. Is that, now, he's making a comment. Are you saying this should be part of 33 in the interim?
We do have an interim operations update on State Street as item 33.
Okay, Mr. Cannell, if you don't mind, I'm going to ask you to defer till item 33, which is coming up in a little bit, because that's more specific to what you're talking about.
Well, it's not specific, but if you want me to wait, I'll wait.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Anybody else online for a comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, very good. Now, with that, we will go to Councilmember Committee Assignment Reports. Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to our administrative calendar.
Okay.
Madam Clerk.
Item 31, adoption of a pension management policy and Section 115 trust resolution. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara approving a pension management policy. B, adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara approving the establishment of a post-employment benefits trust, 115 trust, administered by Public Agency Retirement Services, PARS, by appointing the city's finance director as plan administrator, authorizing the plan administrator to execute subject to approval as to form by the city attorney, the agreement for administrative services, and establish the investment policy statement with PARS. And C, adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending resolution number 23076, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2024 to appropriate the transfer funds from enterprise, internal service, and other funds from available reserves into the 115 trust.
Very good. Mr. DiMartini.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Keith DiMartini, and I'm the city's finance director, and it is my pleasure to present an overview of the proposed pension management strategy and policy and request your approval to open up a Section 115 trust. Before I get started, I would like to acknowledge Ms. Jessica Yates. She is this accounting supervisor in the finance department and did a tremendous amount of work getting this item before you this evening. So the objective of today's presentation is here, and it's just as the city clerk read, so I won't read it again. The agenda for today's presentation is to provide an overview of pensions and how it impacts our city and our budget and our financials. I will talk about the proposed pension management policy and strategies, including our reserve policy update that was already adopted by council and the proposal to establish a Section 115 trust. Talk about the funding allocation proposal that is before you this afternoon as well, and then of course take any questions, public comment, and discussion. This slide here shows the building blocks. It's the process by which we are going to address our pension expenses and our growing pension liability over time. We have already done a pretty robust process to educate the community, analyze our pension costs and liabilities. We have presented strategies and funding policy and recommendations to the Finance Committee on a couple of occasions. And we are before you this afternoon to request your adoption so that we can begin implementing the next phase of our pension management policy going forward. And then we will administer them and evaluate them over time. So first, let me talk a little bit about pensions and how it impacts the city. First, the city incurs pension-related expenses in two main ways. First is through the normal cost. This is the cost to the city that we pay for every employee that will eventually receive a pension benefit, and that's paid every 2 weeks, every time we run payroll. We also pay an annual amount to CalPERS, which is basically an annual contribution for what's called our unfunded actuarial liability. That is a liability that sits on the city's balance sheet, and it reflects the present value of future costs that the city will incur, not only for current employees, but also for employees that have already retired from employment with the city of Santa Barbara. A UAL, that liability exists, and it does fluctuate, but it has grown over the years pretty substantially because of the volatility of CalPERS's investment rate of returns. Also, people are living longer, so people are drawing down their pension benefits longer, and there are a variety of other market reasons for that. So there is risk, there is uncertainty for the city's ability to control these expenses and these liabilities going forward. And that is why we are working very hard and diligently on controlling these costs and before you today with our pension management policy and trust. This graph shows the historical investment returns from CalPERS over the past 20 years. CalPERS targets an investment rate of return of 6.8%. But as you can see on this graph, sometimes they exceed that target level, and then oftentimes they are actually below it. When they are above that rate of return, their target rate, our liability goes down. But when they are below that target level, our liability goes up. And as you can see over the past couple of years, they were below that target level of a negative 6% rate of return in 2022. And then in 2023, they earned a rate of return of 5.8%. Again, a positive return, but lower than the 6.8 target level. There are over 4,000 member agencies that have their pension benefits with CalPERS. And what this graph shows is what is the funded status level of all 4,000 member agencies. Agencies target to be 100% funded. And when they're 100% funded, that means they do not carry a liability on their balance sheet. Santa Barbara is around 69% funded as of the last round of actuarial reports we received from CalPERS, and that is in the bottom quartile of these 4,000 member agencies. And you can see that that fluctuates as well, again, as CalPERS earns high rates of return or when they earn lower rates of return. As communicated during the last budget cycle, one of the city's core performance metrics that we track ourselves to, that we are pushing towards as part of Vision 2030, as part of fiscal sustainability, is to achieve a pension-funded target level of 90%. So it will take some time to get there. And implementing this policy and opening up the trust is a really important step in the direction to achieve this goal. This slide is really a dashboard of how our pension liabilities have changed and will change going forward. The bottom graph on the left shows the funded ratio, so we're at 69% now, but you can see it was higher the year prior when CalPERS earned more returns and lower the year before that. The current unfunded actuarial liability on our balance sheet is around $431 million, and that is the issue that we are trying to address. The graph on the right shows the annual contribution we have to make to CalPERS to be able to draw down that unfunded liability over time. And as you can see, it kind of dips a little bit in the next couple of years, but then it grows again into the next couple of years. And this graph does extend out to fiscal year 2045. The plan is to pay it off over the next 20 plus years. So now let's talk about the strategy and the policy that we would like to implement to be able to address this going forward. First, the Finance Committee has already given us direction at a couple of occasions where we've dove in pretty deep on this topic. And the direction that the Finance Committee gave us back in December of 2021, so about 2 years ago, as it relates to a report we received from the county grand jury, was to revise the city's reserve policy to include a pension stabilization reserve and look into opening up a Section 115 trust. Staff then went to work and started the initiative called Fiscal Sustainability and also Vision 2030. And addressing the city's pension expenses that are growing and the growing pension liability is a core component of achieving financial sustainability. And then in December of 2022, the City Council adopted a revised reserve policy. And this slide shows all of the changes that were included in that reserve policy. And the first item listed here, which changed the instance when a general fund surplus were to be achieved in a given fiscal year, instead of 50% of that surplus going to capital, instead, a proportional share of those funds will go to drawing down pensions. And that was the first recommendation from the Finance Committee, which effectively established the Pension Stabilization Reserve. That was achieved through this action back in December of 2022. So here we are today. We have current strategies that we've been implementing. We have prepared a pension management policy. We have updated our reserve policy. We are before you today to establish the Section 115 trust. And then there are other tools that we could consider in the future. And all of those tools and strategies are documented in the proposed pension management strategy policy document that is before you today. So let's talk about the trust. The trust is it's an investment vehicle that is governed by the IRS. And what it does is it allows the city to earn a greater rate of return on cash that we have in that trust compared to our existing investment portfolio. It also gives the city complete control over what we invest those funds in. and when we actually disperse that money and provide it to CalPERS to eventually draw down that pension liability even further. We can use it for pension liability, but we can also use it for other post-employment benefits, such as retiree medical in the future, if we would like to. And through that additional interest rate of return, we could see budgetary savings in the future. This is a partnership. We will be partnering with PARS, which stands for Public Agency Retirement Services, as the entity controlling the trust. And then the investment services will be performed by Highmark Capital, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of U.S. Bank, which is the bank that the city uses. And consultants that we are working with are on the call remotely today if anybody has any questions for them as well. Let's talk about how the money will actually flow in and out of the trust. It all really starts with the budget process. If during the budget process there could be direction from council, from staff, to dedicate money into the trust, if we would like to do so. We have funds that will go to this trust if and when there is a surplus in the general fund. There was one in fiscal year 2022. There was not one in fiscal year 2023. Then the portion of the funds for the surplus will get transferred into the trust, and then it will be immediately invested. And then we will monitor it, have at least a report out annually to the Finance Committee and the City Council, and realize earnings. And then at a time of our choosing, we can then transfer the money out of the trust and send it to CalPERS through an additional discretionary payment, which will reduce that liability going forward. This slide right here is simply a model, and what it shows is the additional deposits we would make into the trust in that sort of mustardy yellow color over the next couple of years, and that would effectively smooth out and create sort of a flat line of what our annual contribution to our UAL would be, and it would significantly reduce the total amount of payments we would make to CalPERS in the long run. Again, this is simply a model and it would be an expected result through this strategy. This is intended to achieve budget stability and budget savings over time. And then it really is up to the City Council what you would like to do with the potentially additional funds that would be available, which may include investing in capital, deferred maintenance, enhancing services, investing in staff, and many, many other things through the budget process. We have an opportunity to determine what is an appropriate level of investment strategy. It ranges from a very conservative investment strategy to a very somewhat aggressive capital appreciation model. Most entities that implement a trust choose the moderate level, and that is where we will be targeting. And it weighs a risk tolerance level, how liquid do we need those resources, what is the time horizon. We would expect our resources to be in this trust for a number of years so that we can achieve additional interest earnings and then eventually send it to CalPERS. So that is what we are proposing at this time. This slide here shows what we would expect to return as a rate of return through this investment strategy in the Section 115 trust at 6.2%. This has been the 10-year historical average of the trust through PARS and Highmark Capital. You can see that the city's investment portfolio only earns around 2.3% on average during this time period. And again, CalPERS earned a little bit more at 6.8%, but that is by design. This investment strategy is more stable, it's more secure, it's not as aggressive as CalPERS's portfolio investment, so it's right sort of a little bit higher, a little bit lower than CalPERS, but much greater than our current portfolio. So now we'll move into the funding allocation proposal. This slide here summarizes the resolution that was adopted about a year ago, which appropriated the savings that were realized in the general fund in fiscal year 2022. Council already took an action about a year ago to appropriate $1,566,774 from the general fund to be transferred into the trust. That money is sitting in reserves and will be transferred if council approves of this action today. But we cannot just transfer general fund dollars. We have to transfer a proportional share of all of the funds that have a share of the city's pension liability into the trust. This slide shows what is that proportional share of all of the funds where staff is proposing to transfer available reserves into the trust. 70% of the total pension liability is the responsibility of the general fund. But as you can see, 30% of it does come from many other funds that are responsible. All of these funds have available reserves to be able to make these transfers. The staff presented this presentation to the Finance Committee on October 24th, and the committee voted unanimously to support staff's recommendation and send all items to the City Council. This slide summarizes the staff's recommendations that are before you this afternoon. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Questions from council? Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, hi Keith. Once the money moves from somewhere, reserves or somewhere, to the 115 trust, is it legally protected from using backwards to any general fund need?
Councilmember Jordan, once the money is in the trust, it does have to be used for pension-related expenses and liabilities.
Okay. And I'm jumping way ahead in my slides. On the second to last slide where you talked about everybody's contribution to that, not just general fund. And I'm assuming when you said they're coming out of reserves, everybody on the list is bringing their money out of existing reserves to contribute their part, right? What happens in their reserves go to HEC, particularly an enterprise fund reserve. That money can't go back to be used for either a general fund need there or an enterprise fund need there because they blew through their reserves in a natural disaster or something. It is still in that 115 trust and has to be used for that.
Councilmember Jordan, yes, I believe that is the case. And so as part of this analysis that staff conducted, all of these funds have available reserves. So this money would come from reserve and we would transfer it into the Section 115 trust. And that would be an annual process. And I'll give you an example. Last fiscal year, the general fund had a deficit. There was no surplus, but the water fund had a surplus. We're not able to make a deposit from fiscal year 23 into the trust because the lion's share of the liability is the responsibility of the general fund. We cannot use water rate revenue to pay for that liability in the general fund. So we have to do this annual analysis to determine how much funds from each funding source we can put into the trust, and it works both ways.
And it's irrevocable in that sense. That would be more my word that I understand. It's an irrevocable transfer in terms of tax, like my tax law. Same with you, right?
Councilmember Jordan, yes, that is a fair assessment.
Okay. And then, does it only happen once a year? This funding of the 115 trust. So, so you don't, the mechanism only allows you to do it once a year. You can't do it incrementally over the year. So you're, there's terms that I don't, not really conversant in, but then the principal grows based on, if you're making monthly deposits, the principal grows based on that first deposit, or rather than you take the same money and do it once every 12 months, you basically lost a whole year of growth, right? But so is that part of the restriction too, that it just has to happen one point in a time, once a year?
Councilmember Jordan, we have the ability of depositing money into the trust at any time. Okay. And we can take money out of the trust at any time. The reason why currently staff is planning on an annual process is because it ties in very well with when we close the books, when we issue our financial statements, when we know if we actually have a surplus at the end of the year or a deficit, and then we can make a determination as to how much funding goes in. There are agencies that actually plan during the budget process to transfer money out of each fund into the trust. And that would be kind of an upfront process that we could look at annually going forward as well.
The flip side of that, of course, is you're taking a chance on having that money that you already moved available at the end of the year, not knowing what's coming in the end of the year, right? So that's your choices, right? You either wait till the end of the year and look at the available funds left over in a whatever, or you do it incrementally as part of your budget and cross your fingers that your budget was as projected 12 months later, right?
Councilmember Jordan, yeah, those are probably the two primary mechanisms to move funds into the trust. I mean, council could take an action at any time to move money into the trust as well during a regular meeting. And so there are plenty of opportunities to do that if we choose to do so.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse, and thank you, Mr. DiMartini. I have a couple questions for the CalPERS performance over time on slide 7. So those are sort of individual snapshots, but how does it perform over the long term?
Councilmember Sneddon, that's a great question. And they do actually, sort of their 5-year rolling is that sort of dotted line, which is more volatile. But I believe that if you were to look back 10 years, 20 years, they perform at around that 6.8% level.
Okay. Okay, so over longer period of time, about 6.8% there, and that's on that slide. Okay, thank you. And then remind me of the benefits of prepaying. We save about $1.5 million a year by prepaying, or can you remind me of that?
Councilmember Sneddon, absolutely. So because we have this liability, CalPERS requires us to make an annual payment to them to draw that liability down over the course of 20 plus years. We have two choices by which to make that payment. We can make it on a monthly basis for the whole fiscal year, or we can make a one lump sum payment in July. We choose the latter, to make that one lump sum payment in July, and just by doing that, we save a little over $1 million.
Okay. And we're not reliant on the 115 trust to be able to do that prepayment?
Councilmember Sneddon, that is correct. We will plan to continue to do that regardless if the trust is open or not.
And then I just want to make sure I heard it right, because I think I heard it two different ways. Once the money is in the trust, it can come back out, or it cannot come back out?
Councilmember Sneddon, when the money is in the trust, it can only be used for pension-related expenses and reducing that liability.
Okay, thank you. And then just one last question, and I think I might need Councilmember Harmon on this one too, because it went back to before when it was at Finance and the recommendation to update the reserve policy. And it seems to me, we didn't update the reserve policy, and this is putting more money in a separate reserve. So I'm wondering how that recommendation plays in, given that we did not update our reserve policy.
May I? Councilmember Sneddon, if I may, this slide here summarizes the reserve policy changes that the council adopted on December 6th, 2022, so about a year ago, which did include all of these items. And the first item was the change from 50% of surplus going to capital and instead having it go towards pension. A couple of months ago, at the request of Councilmember Harmon, this item was brought back to the full council to see if the policy target level should be reduced from 25% to something lower, so which was a sort of a different topic.
And does it impact this one? Because this is actually making me rethink that one, but these are separate issues. Okay. Thank you for answering that. Those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. DiMartini, one question. Does this affect either way, positively or negatively, our bonding rating as we go forward, that we're doing a 115 trust and assuming that eventually it grows to a substantial enough amount to be something on the balance sheet?
Mayor Rouse, it's definitely likely that if we were to open up the trust and that we have a balance in there that's earning a greater rate of return than we currently are today, and we eventually use that money to draw down the liability further, it will have a positive impact on a credit rating.
Thank you. Okay, with that, if there are no further questions, Madam Clerk, do we have anybody online that would like to speak to this issue?
No raised hands, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Mr. Friedman.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I want to thank Mr. DiMartini and our staff for bringing this forward. This was a direction by the council to do this on a couple different occasions going back to almost 2 years ago. And when it came to finance, we vetted this and had a lot of information. And the bottom line is, as an employer and for our employees, we have an obligation to ensure that, to the best of our ability, that we are securing their pensions. And at the same time, doing it as smartly as possible so that we have additional revenues to provide the services that require a compensation of our staff. And what this does is it allows the funds that are in this reserve to grow at a higher rate, and then eventually we can make additional payments to CalPERS, which reduces our unfunded liability. And in the case where we make that upfront payment, that's $1.5 million. So this would be on top of that, and we'd have a lot more flexibility here. And the other option would be to invest it with CalPERS, but that's got more uncertainty. But with this, we control it. We can strategically use it in years where we might not have the revenue assumptions that we have or that are coming in. We could actually use this to offset that if we're in tougher times as part of the unfunded pension liability that we have. So these are all things that came up at finance. So it gives us tools, especially in times when the revenue is not coming in. So I think it's consistent with the past direction we have, and this is just a matter of actually implementing it based on the past direction. So happy to support it, and again, it's part of our Vision 2030 Fiscal Sustainability Initiative getting into work, and we mentioned it today, but when we talk about what that is, this is what it is. It's finding all the dozens and dozens of ways to make our organization more efficient and more effective to ultimately provide service delivery. So happy to move the staff recommendation.
Okay, move staff recommendation by Friedman. A second by Jordan, and we have a comment by Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I guess it's another follow-up question from slide 21. So what we're recommending is a moderate investment strategy with the expected rate of return of 6.2%, and the CalPERS is about 6.8%. So I guess I'm wondering why.
Councilmember Snedden, it is by design that the rate of return of the Section 115 trust would be a little bit lower than CalPERS. And that's primarily because CalPERS' investment strategy would be much more aggressive. And as you can see, it was more volatile year after year after year. The Section 115 trust gives us more stability. It gives us more known what our future contributions will be. It's a rate of return that is pretty darn close to CalPERS when you average it, but it's far greater than what we are currently earning. So it's kind of by design why it's sort of right where it is.
Okay, thank you for that. And then just one last question. And this counts towards our unfunded liability. It's not only the CalPERS investments that count.
Councilmember Snedden, that is correct. So this will be a trust that will be reported on our financial statement, and it will effectively reduce the liability that's on the books, and then eventually we'll draw it down, right, once we send it over.
Thank you.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. I, too, really very much support this action. And just briefly in response, I'm happy to hear that there's potentially renewed interest in revisiting our reserve policy and looking at that percentage. These are just entirely separate sort of considerations. And while I won't go into detail on that piece, obviously you all know my position on that. Given we are where we are with our reserve requirement percentages, this is just sort of an additional and separate action that I think is critical for us to take actionable steps to reduce our liability and to really just be as responsible and judicious with public funds as we possibly can be. So I really appreciate it coming forward and wanted to say very briefly, this is a super complicated issue, and very much appreciate the time that Mr. DiMartini, you and your staff have taken, particularly with the Finance Committee, to take us through how all of this works. And just for the knowledge of our colleagues at the Finance Committee meeting where we heard this, we had some of the folks that will be administering the trust come in and talk to us. So we really got into the weeds, as it were, with regard to how this trust works, what the fees are. I mean, just, it was really, really specific. So I feel very confident that this is the responsible choice, and really grateful for all the work that went into making it happen.
Mr. Jordan, to the motion?
No, just have a comment.
Okay.
You know, I agree with everything I heard. I also agree it's really, really complicated, but really I appreciate Eric bringing up like one of the best components of that, other than attempting just to solve the big picture problem, is a hedge when you don't meet what you needed to meet just to play ball the next year with CalPERS contribution, that you're already working on that somewhere on the side, either to proactively reduce it more than your usual, but it's also a backup to use in the event that something just goes haywire from another a natural disaster or something that happens like that. So I really appreciate that point. Thank you.
All right, very good. And with that, I think we've got a motion on the floor in a second. So we would
Ready for vote?
go to the tote board.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Jordan for the staff recommendations. Please go ahead and vote. Oh. Let's see, I'm going to cancel this vote, and I'll retake attendance, and then we'll do it without Mr. Gutierrez. Hold on one sec.
There he is.
Okay. I'll just repeat so that Mr. Gutierrez, we have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Jordan, for the staff recommendations for the pension item. So let's go ahead, we'll start. Give me one second, I'm going to just take attendance one more time. This is just attendance. While this processes, one moment. Okay, and now let's vote, please.
Went away. Hit us again.
How's that?
Passed
Very good.
unanimously, thank you. All right, very good. Would you read the next item, please, Madam Clerk?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor, and this is item 32, ordinance authorizing and regulating parklets for outdoor dining in the public right-of-way, ordinance introduction, recommendation the council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only, an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending the Santa Barbara Municipal Code by the addition of chapter 9.180 relating to parklets in the public right-of-way.
Mr. Henschke, are you going to, okay?
I am. Honorable Mayor, members of City Council, Dan Hinchke, Assistant City Attorney. I'll be presenting this item except for those items that require engineering expertise, and I will not be presenting those. Mr. DeMore will. Okay, so a little bit of background. Parklets are structures that are used for outdoor dining. They're located within parking spaces on city streets. They're temporary uses of public property. They're not considered part of the occupancy space for the dining establishment that has the parklet. They are currently authorized under what we refer to as the ERETO, and the ERETO expires on December 31st of this year. So if the council does not take some sort of action, the parklets, the authorization will expire, and essentially the parklets will no longer be authorized within the right-of-way. There'll be an unlawful encroachment. On October 17th, the council approved staff's recommendation for a citywide parklet program. And this ordinance incorporates the direction that we got from council on October 17th. So there are some major issues that we want to go through and discuss with the council during the presentation. Location and safety, requirements that are applicable to all parklets, administration and licensing, and then what to do with existing parklets. So the first issue has to do with location and safety, and pursuant to council direction and based upon the recommendation of our city engineer and traffic engineer, parklets would be prohibited under this ordinance on one-way streets having 2 or more travel lanes, on two-way streets having 2 or more travel lanes in any one direction, basically like 4-lane streets. And then on Coast Village Road, that was a specific direction that was made by council and actually requested by the merchants on Coast Village Road. All parklets must, the next major topic is traffic safety barriers. And we've had some significant discussion about that issue. All parklets must be protected by traffic safety barriers as approved by the city engineer. One of the things that we noticed in the difference between Title 31 and this ordinance is there was a gap in Title 31 related to traffic safety barriers on the outdoor business facilities on West Victoria and the 400 blocks and 1300 blocks of State Street. This ordinance closes that loophole, if you will, and provides that the city engineer may require traffic safety barriers on the outdoor business facilities on West Victoria. I point that out separately because remember the Title 31 deals with the State Street Promenade and the outdoor business facilities. Title 31 has special provisions that extend to West Victoria and the 1300 block and 400 block of State Street. Because there's traffic on the 400, 1300, and West Victoria under the, as currently configured, we needed to address the traffic safety barrier issue, and that's how we did it in this ordinance. Additional locational requirements that go to traffic safety may be located in parking spaces entirely within a business street frontage. In other words, a parklet cannot extend beyond the business's frontage. They're not allowed in red zones, blue zones, or in white zones or yellow zones unless the placement is, a replacement is provided. In other words, not in red zones ever, not in blue zones, maybe in white and yellow zones if you provide a replacement, either commercial or pedestrian loading zone. They cannot be located in a place that would interfere with a safe path of travel for a designated blue zone or with access to existing utility facilities. In other words, if there's a utility facility, for example, either in the street or immediately adjacent in the parkway area of the sidewalk, they can't be located in a manner that would interfere with the utility facilities. And again, they can never interfere with access of travel. There are other designated areas that give rise to specific safety concerns or that would otherwise interfere with drainage functions or the other functioning of the street, and those are all listed in the ordinance. I'm not going to go through those now. I'm going to turn this over to the city engineer because there's significant issues related to traffic safety barriers.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Henschke. Mayor Rouse, City Council. Just a few slides here I'm going to go over to discuss the safety. And the first thing you see here is that we're looking for proven barriers. There are a lot of elements that go into the design of safety barriers. Includes the geometry or the shape of the structure, the mass of the structure, as well as how they're anchored either to the ground or to each other if they're in a line. And when we talk about safety barriers, they can be for a variety of purposes. And a lot of times in like a highway situation, there might be a bridge rail to keep people, to keep vehicles out from going off the road and down into a ravine, guardrails, similar kind of things. Those are permanent installations. In a situation like this, we don't need a permanent installation. It would be more of a temporary or a movable barrier, but the requirements for the safety are quite similar, and the testing that goes into them is extremely thorough. There are numerous devices that have been rigorously tested and have passed testing. Caltrans specifically has, I think, 3 or 4 different devices. Some of them look quite similar to what we commonly refer to as K-Rail. You can go to the next slide here. So here's some examples of known devices. And again, like I said, one of them looks exactly like what we would refer to as K-Rail. That's on the bottom right. There's basically a metal version on the top left, which is a very similar shape to the K-Rail. And again, the geometry is for the purpose of keeping the vehicle within the roadway. And that's mostly, these are designed for the purpose of construction worker safety. But it's really a similar situation. If you have people dining on one side of these barriers and you have a live traffic environment on the other side of the barriers, you want to make sure that those vehicles aren't going to have any chance of putting those people in harm's way. Next. This is what we've seen in some other communities where they have taken this basic K-Rail design and tried to make them look, one would argue, more appealing. Others may have different ideas about how these look, but just some creative solutions. You could also imagine what it might look like if it's painted our more standard Malaga green color, which, again, it's not the most appealing thing, but it doesn't have to be bare concrete. Next slide. Some decorative barriers. There are different things out there, and we've looked into some other products, and what we're seeing is they're marketed not as safety barriers so much. It's more, they talk about crowd control or pedestrian channelization. And if you look at this design here in particular, it isn't designed to be anchored to the ground or to link with one another, and that's where you really get the additional mass needed, is when they're linked together as opposed to just a standalone element. So we would have concerns about any kind of blanket approval for something that hasn't been through the rigorous testing requirements by a transportation agency. That's really the gold standard for crashworthiness, which we feel like is an area that we cannot compromise on. Next slide.
Okay, going back to the requirements applicable to all parklets, first and foremost, they have to be ADA compliant. That's an unbendable requirement that will always be in whatever recommendation we have. Traffic safety barriers, the ordinance does provide that the traffic safety barriers have to be as specified by the city engineer. There is no specific barrier that is identified in the ordinance. Also, there is a provision in the ordinance, and I'll come to this later, that authorizes the city engineer to establish guidelines for the barriers that will be accepted. That's not in the ordinance. Just what's in the ordinance is the requirement for traffic safety barriers, and it applies to all parklets. Parklets are limited to serving or consuming food or beverages in accordance with ABC licenses. That's consistent with what we're doing now under the ERE-ETO. Heating and lighting must be self-contained and approved by the fire marshal. That's reasonably consistent with existing requirements under the ERE-ETO. The size is limited. We included a size limitation that is similar to the size limitation for our oversized vehicle under our oversized vehicle ordinance, so that they're not bigger than any of the vehicles that we would be prohibiting to be parked in the same parking lot, same parking space, excuse me. No roof or overhead shade structures or canopies will be allowed. This is, again, a vision issue, a height issue for safety of motorists. And then umbrellas are permitted, but they're subject to location and size limitations, and it's very similar to the location and size limitation we have for umbrellas, for example, on mobile vending on the sidewalks. The idea is you can create shade with an umbrella, but it has to be high enough so people don't run into it. And then the other is that the parklet owner assumes the risk and liabilities associated with the parklet and must provide insurance. We have this in the current ERETO, and we've carried that into the new ordinance as well. With regard to the other issue of administration and licensing, the Public Works Department is responsible for administration and licensing. There is a requirement for a pre-application, which includes a preliminary evaluation and consultation to make sure that the proposed parklet complies with all the mandatory requirements that apply to all parklets. After, so the application process is essentially a three-step process. First, you submit the application to the Public Works Department for its preliminary review. The next is, if the application meets those requirements, it's referred to the Community Development Department for design review. And parklets are subject to design review except for the traffic safety barriers. And the reason for that is to maintain the design immunity that we have, because the traffic engineer, the city engineer approved the traffic safety barriers. The design review can address aesthetic issues like coloring and painting and those kinds of things, but not the nature of the traffic safety barrier. If the parklet is in the coastal zone, a coastal permit may be required, and so they have to go through that process as well. So the final step, after it goes through the preliminary review, the design review, coastal permitting if necessary, is to return back to the Public Works Department for the issuance of the permit itself. Parklets, the parklet program, this council, when it approved the parklet program, found the parklets are categorically exempt from CEQA, so the CEQA review is not part of the process. With regard to design review, as I mentioned previously, they are subject to design review. The type and location is not subject of the traffic safety barrier, is not subject to design review. We can adopt design guidelines for parklets and the traffic safety barriers and have those approved by the HLC and ABR. If they are not approved by the HLC and ABR, then each individual parklet would need to go through the design review process. If they are approved, then they could be approved basically at the stage 2 process by the community development director. So the recommendation is to adopt the ordinance that was the title of which was previously read by the city clerk, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, questions from council. Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse, and thank you, Mr. Henschke. So a couple of questions. I won't say whether they're quick or not. So aside from this, after our last presentation of this, Coast Village Road, I just want to ask this as a question. The association was quoted in the Montecito Journal as saying that they were working on their own ordinance. And I'm just wondering if, I think you have the same expression on your face that I felt when I read it too, if you could comment on that. Is there an avenue for a separate ordinance, or if they are thinking that they might be having an outdoor dining parklet program if this would be the ordinance, in fact, to be doing that through.
This ordinance would not allow parklets in Coast Village Road. If the Coast Village Association is talking about outdoor dining facilities within their area, then I'm not aware of what that would be, and we're not working on a particular ordinance. They may be wanting to do outdoor dining under the separate program that we have for outdoor dining licensed facilities on sidewalks.
Okay. And, I just wanted to be sure that was very clear, that we weren't going to then reopen this specifically for Coast Village Road after they requested not. Okay,
Not unless you tell us to.
Okay, thank you. And then I have a question about, do speed limits matter? And I'm specifically asking about, say, Cliff Road. I think it's called Cliff Road, adjacent to Cliff Drive. It's really sort of like a glorified parking lot, really, where Rose Cafe is, where Alcazar is. Does the speed limit come into account?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon. So I didn't get into specific details. I think when I presented earlier, it was really to talk in general about this program. And most of the locations are going to be on city streets that have a posted speed limit of 25 miles per hour. But you're correct. There are some examples out there, like, I didn't even know that was called Cliff Road. Is that? I know the location you're referring to, though. And that functions more like a parking lot. So that would be an example where, under my discretion as city engineer, there's a possibility I would consider alternate things besides these transportation administration approved devices in a situation like that where it really is a lot more like a parking lot.
Okay, thank you. So I want to just sort of hold a pin in that one, as regardless what else is happening, that it's, I'm hearing that it's in your discretion to do a safety evaluation and make case-by-case evaluation of what safety barriers may or may not be required. Is that?
Yes, that's correct. I think there are going to be few examples like the one you brought up, because the vast majority, although, I don't know, maybe there's other Cliff Roads out there, but I think generally we've got these 25 mile per hour posted speed limits, and we know that people do sometimes exceed the speed limit.
Yes. Well, I think if this moves forward, or if it doesn't move forward, there may be more examples that we might not see yet, but that might be. So I just thank you for that, for their discretion. And then what impact would recessed parklets have in terms of the requirement for safety barriers, or what type of safety barrier, or would that have any impact?
For my own benefit and others, can you elaborate on the term recessed parklets?
Yes, and some other cities have, in their ordinances, used recessed instead of, say, K-rails. So it's not all the way up to the line of the traffic line, but in 2 feet or a buffer amount, so that then maybe using part of the parkway. And would that impact, and it sounds like maybe you haven't had a chance to look at it, so maybe you can't answer that at this moment, but if you were familiar with them, or if the consideration would make a difference?
Not having seen a configuration exactly like that, it's hard to say for sure, but if we're only talking about a few feet, I don't think it's going to make a very big difference.
Okay, thank you. That answers that. And then I'm saving my big question for the last one, but before that, do we have an option to extend the ERETO? So say we had some more on this we wanted to do, like in design review, or what that process might be. What are our options for extending the ERETO?
You would have to adopt another or different ordinance.
Okay. So it can't be just extended by a deadline?
No.
Okay, oh, that's good to know. Okay, so then I want to go to the ordinance itself. And just confirming, so on page, I guess it's page 5, but it's section 9.180060, requirements applicable to all parklets. Section C says, a parklet must be protected by traffic barriers approved by the city engineer. Traffic safety barrier may be integrated into the parklet design as approved by the city engineer. City engineer is directed to maintain standard specifications for the type and location of approved traffic barriers. So that section leaves it at the discretion of the city engineer, as it should, what the safety determination is of the type of barrier. And that's in that section. I just want to confirm that that's what that section does.
So confirmed.
Okay, thank you. So then the one area that I'm going to look for guidance, help, rewording, open to colleagues, also open to public commenters, is the design review section. And that's on pages 10 and 11, section 9.180.140, design review. So on this part, it talks about the Public Works Director and design guidelines, and talks about how the type and location of the safety barriers are not subject to design review. But then it says the design review body may specify coloring, coating, or other aesthetic features. And so what I'm trying to get to is if they're already under the discretion of the city engineer to be considered safe, which is in that previous section, as it should be, like I'm agreeing with that one. And by the way, all of this ordinance is very carefully and well crafted, and really thank you for that. We jumped right into questions without saying that part first. So I want to say that part first. So I just, if it's already in there that it needs to be, safe per city engineer standards, then in the design review portion, can't that then be left to the design review bodies like HLC or ABR to decide like which of those 3 barriers they might find acceptable, or what paint on them might be acceptable?
Honorable Chair, members of the council, the first sentence of the section that you're talking about talks about the type and location of the traffic safety barrier is not subject to design review. That's in order to maintain with the city engineer, the discretionary authority as to what is the appropriate type of barrier at that particular location. It may be a situation where one or the other barrier is okay in that situation, but if those are choices, then those could be included in the design guidelines that are adopted by the Public Works Director. The whole idea behind that section was to not have HLC or ABR making a determination that they're really not qualified to make, and that is, what is the appropriate safety device at that location?
Agreed. And so I'm wondering if you could help me with some type of wording where the type and location of the traffic safety barrier is not subject to design review, but if you have options, or, help me with this so that, if you could, the wording of that, so that if the design review body had options, I mean, you're showing 3 options up there. Could the design review body pick which of those options they thought was aesthetically suitable? Or is it really there's no input?
If you're asking, could we draft language for selections among approved devices?
Yes.
Then we can do that. At the time we put together the ordinance, we were not really, there was not really an additional option other than the K-rail, the other Caltrans approved option of like the T-rail that you saw on the picture was something that was just recently made known to me. So if you wanted to say, you can pick either this one or this one, and the design, and the HLC or the ABR can then approve, say, yeah, we want this one or that one, we could do that. We could add that language in. I might
That's
suggest,
exactly what I
however-
want. That's exactly what I want and have been hoping and looking for. And
Okay.
thank you. So
Okay.
that's, yeah, before you offer any other options.
We can do that.
Okay, and also if they could then, help with color options, and hopefully when it's in public comment, people will be able to comment. But that is my question, is if it could be selection among approved devices, because I'm going to imagine that over time, there's going to be even more and more approved devices from other locations that are,
That's fair. We
Okay.
can do that. With regard to color, coding, other aesthetic features, screening, that's already there
Right.
HLC and ABR can already review that. We
Thank
just
you.
wanted to keep them out of the traffic safety business.
okay. And then my last little point on that is in section C, it says the Public Works Director may adopt design guidelines for parklets and safety barriers. I'm wondering why that wouldn't be the Community Development Director working with design guidelines. So you have the safety already by the city engineer, you already have the menu of approved options, then could that be under community development?
The reason it's Public Works Director is because the Public Works Director is charged with the administration and implementation of this entire chapter.
Okay.
And so it's really implicit that they would work with the Community Development Director, because if they're approved by HLC and ABR, then those guidelines, once approved by HLC and ABR, would trigger administrative review of a parklet permit. But in terms of the design is more than aesthetics. And when we're talking about traffic safety barriers, the design of the traffic safety barrier has a significant engineering traffic safety component to it that's beyond aesthetics.
Got
It's
it.
the whole purpose, and that's why it's with the Public Works Director.
Thank you. And I'm even really clear, I'm not trying to take away the safety elements or the authority of city engineer or traffic engineering. I know the lot goes into that engineering, and I'm in no way trying to undermine that. I'm just really trying to bring in, if there are options and if there are ways for the way it looks to have that approval with HLC, then I'm a yes on this. If it's got to be K-rails with huge reflectors and they look like concrete, then I'm very hard pressed to say yes. So I really appreciate the answering of these questions, and especially that the selection among approved devices was the language I've been looking for. So thank you.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was expecting to have flowers or something for my return today, and I'm really disappointed. So, there's a mention in here of a typical city street width parking lot being 7 feet, right? Does that sound right?
The definition of a parking space is in the ordinance. Let me just refer you to it. It's an area, the area having a width of 7 feet
Yep.
and a length of 20 feet. And that's on page 2, section 9.180.020D defines parking
So in
space.
the ordinance on page 6 on G, it's, and that's for the math challenge, that's 84 inches, right? 7 feet. And section G, it says a parklet may not exceed 80 inches in width. So a parklet that wants to be 80 inches has 4 inches to fortify itself, right? So the fortification would eat into even the allowance that you're giving for a parklet on any city parking lot width, parking space width, right?
Honorable Chair, members of the council, I don't think so, because the assumption of your question seems to be that the barrier must be adjacent to the floor of the parklet, but you could have a wall in the barrier and then they'd be integrated. In addition, there may be designs that we're not aware of that would allow traffic safety devices to be more heavily integrated into the parklet itself. But yes,
But your
the traffic safety barrier does reduce the usable area of the parklet.
And your barrier would have to be within the 7-foot footprint, right?
Correct.
Okay. And 3 weeks ago or 2 weeks ago, whenever, what I heard was that at that time was your only approved barrier was a K-rail certified by the state of California, which is 24 inches on the base,
Correct.
right? I don't know if that still exists right now because I don't see that you've offered any other opportunities other than maybe. But so if you had an 84-inch, if you had an 84-inch parking space, the current acceptable model of fortification along the length of the barrier, or along the length of the parklet, would eat up at least 24 inches at its base, right?
Correct.
Okay. It's depressing. And then on the section near the back that has to do with what the process is, I think it starts on page 8. So in B, so to obtain a parklet license, so let me tell you how I read this and then you tell me how you meant it or how you read it. So actually it might be further on than that.
I'm sorry, what page are you referring to?
Might be page before that. So the first step is to put a pre-app in, right?
Correct.
And that pre-app, what will that do? What will that do to inform, or what will that do from your standpoint to say yes or no to a location of a parklet? How do you see that happening?
From the lawyer's standpoint, what I see that happening is that provides an opportunity for the applicant to meet with staff to determine what all of the mandatory requirements are for the parklet, and if it even will work as a generalized concept at a particular location. If it will, then you can move on to the next stage. If it won't, then they could stop at that point and not have to go any further in the formal application process.
And so let's say theoretically it met with everything, then somebody would submit a formal applications to the Public Works Director or designee. And if that formal application included all of the prior agreed upon compliances, would it be safe to assume that that moves forward again, other than with design review?
Yes.
Okay. So, but at that point, that's like the bottom of page 8. There's also for an opportunity at that point, which would be the second time I would assume the Public Works Director or his designee would see it, for the director to deny it without appeal. Wouldn't that opportunity have already existed in the pre-app to tell somebody they can't do that?
My understanding in talking with staff, and I can defer to Sarah Clark if I get this wrong, but the idea behind the pre-application was to be able to have an initial conversation with the applicant who wanted to have a parklet to get some basic ideas as to whether it would work and how to, what they would need to do to get it approved. It is not, it's a, it's like a pre-application meeting as opposed, to facilitate the process, as opposed to a formal submit the application, go through the technical process.
So more like a, we show you, you don't show us.
It was intended to be helpful to the
Yeah.
person who
Okay.
wanted to have a parklet and work their way through the system, which, as we know, can sometimes be daunting. We were trying to
Okay.
make
And
it smooth.
And then if it passes that step, the review by the Public Works Director or designee, then it goes to design review.
Yes.
And there's no mention in there anywhere what happens if it gets messed up in design review. Do we actually have a design review process that exists in the city with HLC or ABR where there's no appeal?
It's the, I don't have I don't know the answer to that.
I'll guess at no from my experience.
I don't know the answer.
Yeah, but there's certainly not one in this ordinance.
There is not. The idea was if they did not redesign it to comply with the requirements of ABR or HLC, it would not get approved. And it would stop at that time. If there is an appellate process for ABR and HLC in the zoning code, which I think there is, but I'm not familiar with it, then they could take advantage of the opportunity to appeal that denial, if you will, of the HLC process. I'm not the lawyer for community development, and so I don't have that portion of the code specifically memorized. You can ask me about another portion, but not that one.
Okay. And what you're referring to is if that process exists somewhere else in the city that covered all development for design that offered general appeal provisions for design board actions, right?
Correct.
That's where you would look.
That's where it would go.
Okay. I think that's all I have now. Thank you.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have just a few questions. The last question I'm going to end on, Mr. DeJulio from the fire department. I'll do the last question, but I want to give you time rather than calling you up cold. Is on the 400 block and 1300 block, just any concerns with circulation, fire, and all that. But if you want to come up now, we can answer it. Or okay, perfect. So, but that's what it has to deal with in light of changes to Sola Street. And access, and also now that we have one lane of traffic going up the 1200 block. So just want to give you a couple minutes to think about that. Apologize, something that was said triggered that for me. So number one, I'm going to piggyback on Mr. Jordan's comments on HLC. Very specific question. If HLC members decide that they don't want any K-Rail anywhere in the city, downtown, or downtown or anywhere in the city, they just don't like it, they can't make the findings that it goes with within the city, and they deny the projects, is it theoretically possible that every single one of these would then potentially have the ability to be appealed to city council?
No. And the reason is that as this is currently, as the ordinance is written, HLC and ABR do not have jurisdiction over the type of traffic safety device that is at the location. And so that's strictly a determination under this ordinance of the city engineer. So if the city engineer says, in this particular location for this parklet, you need a K-rail, it gets a K-rail. Then the HLC ABR, their jurisdiction is limited to color, shielding, other things that don't affect the traffic safety values of the traffic safety barrier.
So what if the HLC comes in and because you have the K-rail there, so they can't go on the actual placement of the K-rail, but they can't make findings that there's anything that fits the standards of Santa Barbara. And so they just, or say they just decide that they just can't make the findings and they just decide not to approve any design, would it automatically default to just a white K-rail? Or, because I'm confused because we were talking about HLC review and then it might get appealed. What could get appealed to council? You were just, that's what I'm confused. We were talking about there's a potential that something could come.
What would get appealed to council are the design aspects that, of the parklet, other than the K-rail. I'm just going to use K-rail because that's the question. Other than the traffic safety device that have been disapproved.
So we'd have to hope that HLC could come up with something that they would approve, but if they couldn't, then theoretically, these could get appealed to us. If they couldn't come up with some type of beautification of the K-rail, they couldn't come to some consensus.
If the zoning ordinance requires that it come to council, that would be what would happen. But council's discretion at that point would be limited to the design of the facility other than the traffic safety device, because that's vested with the city engineer.
So I'll just take it as the K-rail could probably go in if it fits within the purview of the traffic engineer, but in terms of the aesthetics, it's unknown as of right now. I just want to make sure I understand. It's unknown as of right now, depending on what theoretically could happen with HLC, whether theoretically we could be hearing a ton of appeals on the aesthetics of these things at council.
On the aesthetics of the parklet, other aspects of the parklet, the coloring of the construction material, the layout of the design, the overhead, the umbrellas, whatever else are in there, all those aspects, the direction from council was make those subject to HLC and ABR, and so we did. But the traffic safety it's basically, you have to be, in the design of the parklet and the review of that design, you'd have to be agnostic as to the type of barrier that's there. If you had to say it needs to be painted Malaga green, you could say paint it Malaga green. If you say you want to paint it with birds, paint it with birds. If it needs to be shielded, there may be a coating that you can put on the traffic safety barrier that would shield it. I don't know if that would, I don't know if putting something on the outside other than paint affects the structural functioning of a traffic safety barrier. I would defer to the traffic engineer or the city engineer on that question.
I don't think we need to. I guess where I'm going with that one is it's unknown what the HLC would do in that situation unless we gave them strict parameters of what we would like, maybe different templates and stuff, but it's a little confusing to me. So number 2 of 4 is sidewalk expansion. We had a restaurant that had a parklet, and we reopened the 1200 block and moved on to onto the sidewalk. For that, has there been any discussion about demonstration projects for sidewalk expansion to allow those? And the reason I'm asking is because we're talking about an ordinance for parklets in the street, but we have an instance now where we might have a proof of concept of outdoor dining being available on the sidewalks. And so I'm just wondering if there's...
Honorable members.
Or maybe I should save that for the next item. Maybe I should save that for the next item.
Yeah,
okay, I'll save it for next item.
Yeah, this was simply dealing with parklets in the street. We have not talked about hybrid facilities.
I'll hold that question then.
Yeah.
So for the parklets in the streets, I have a question about ADA compliance. And how are we going to be, I guess, funding and staffing ADA compliance for these? I assume we would need to have staffing going out there. How's that being paid for? How's it being enforced?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman. One thing that is included in this ordinance is actually the option for the Public Works Director to require that the owner submit a report from a certified access specialist. So that would help to ensure that what is designed is in full compliance with ADA. Now, I think the other part of your question, though, is, well, once it's been built, how do we know that it remains in compliance? And that's a staffing effort. I mean, we have the outdoor dining license agreement program that's been in place for many years that we've had to regularly go out and make sure that things are in alignment with their plan. And it usually doesn't end up going down an enforcement path, but there's often a lot of communication and education on that. But starting off with an approvable plan with a CASP report, if we needed to go in that direction, I think these are going to be fairly straightforward, that we, in most situations, probably won't need to require the CASP report. But
So
we will need a plan that staff can go and verify that things haven't moved around, because it's easy to move tables and chairs.
Okay. So it would be a similar effort to what we previously did, but we just had to find a way to pay for it.
Yes.
And then my last question, Mr. Julio, just in terms of, because this affects the 400 block and the 1300, or not, sorry, on West Victoria and the 1300. Could you just talk about in terms of emergency response, continuing to have those the way they are? And the reason, it was actually the public comment from general public comment that actually made me think of this question. Because things have changed with Sola Street, and then now that we have the one-way open in the front. So what is the optimal safety conditions and for those two, the West Victoria and 1300 State?
Sure. Afternoon, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman. Thanks for the question. We go into a little bit more detail on the next item on the agenda with the presentation regarding this. But for the 400 block of State Street, that is a critical artery for not only fire, but for police and ambulance and other first responding units to get from the downtown corridor to the waterfront area. Besides Castillo Street, besides Garden Street, and then all the way to Milpas, that's the only artery we have to get to downtown. That would cause significant delays in response times if the 400 block was closed. The inverse of that is also true. In order to get personnel from the waterfront into the more highly densely populated downtown core would be a massive delay, and the circulation issues that come by closing the 400 block estate is large. As far as the 0 block of West Victoria, as the way it stands now, that block is not in compliance with California Fire Code. It does not have the 20-foot clear width that we've done on State Street. As you will see in our presentation coming up, it's a very narrow path and would make some operations impossible from a fire department standpoint. That also impacts our partners over at the police department and paramedics as well. So those two blocks in particular can have some huge effects on our response time. The east to west corridor through the city when we respond is typically slower for us because of the dips and some of the calming devices. So the more we pinch those areas down, the greater an impact it is for us and those others responding to those special areas. So the 1300 block also plays a role in the bigger circulation with West Victoria and keeping those areas open. And again, we'll go into those a little bit more in detail on our next agenda item.
Thank you. The reason I brought it up is because those have been included or not as part of this discussion, those blocks, as I understood it. So thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Ms. Gutierrez.
Mr. Fire Marshal, yeah, please don't leave. I'm so happy to see you here. So I have been a big advocate about safety with the parklets. Could you explain to the public how the fire marshal makes decisions on, or how do you make the decision to what streets are safe to close and how, like your process? Can you just explain to the public how that works?
Sure. Mayor Rouse, nice to see you. Councilmember Gutierrez. I don't make decisions, and I would venture to say that my colleagues here don't make decisions in a vacuum. We're guided by code and by law, either at a state level or at a local level. Do those ordinances, codes, laws fit in every scenario? No. That's where the interpretation and the allowance of some of our experience or a better community benefit come into play. So that's the lens that I've used when I've looked at areas of response times, being able to serve the public throughout the entire city at the standards that we're set at. Are we in compliance with the law? Is it in line with city council's direction and the city moving forward? So it's a lot of pieces of a pie that I put together and I put in the oven and I see what comes out after I bake it.
Ms. Sneddon.
What?
Oh, sorry. I thought you were turning your light on.
Thank you. I won't ask more questions because I know you have a presentation, but would you say that when we were in the pandemic, the West Victoria, how did you base your decisions on how, I mean, I guess I've had a lot of people say, how did the fire marshal or how did the city make the decision to allow parklets on West Victoria? Because they see the street very narrow with the K-rails there. How does a fire truck go through? And I know you're going to present, but if you can just give a background on how the city made the decision back then. And I know we're now looking into more details, but if you can just give some background information.
Sure, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Gutierrez. Those decisions were made before my tenure as the fire marshal, but I do have some history on it. As we know, there was lots of decisions made in a very quick manner when the pandemic hit. One of those was, how do we get people on State Street? How do we get people fed in these restaurants and other entertainment areas in a safe manner? The fire department at that point allowed State Street and West Victoria to have a 14-foot width in order to accommodate businesses, in order to get State Street revitalized, get people back there. In the bigger picture of trying to get our city through a pandemic, we had a variance that allowed that 14-foot width on State Street. After the emergency ordinance ended the first round, we were done with that stage, in my opinion, of the pandemic and business community revitalization. It's now time to be in compliance with state fire code. And not only to be into compliance, but actually give our folks in the fire service the appropriate area to conduct operations if needed.
Thank you so much for that clarification. My second question is for Mr. Henschke. On page 9, where it says, on top of the page, the director's decision is final and not subject to further administrative appeal. Is there any way that we can modify this in the ordinance? And I'll tell you why. So again, we have a reputation in the city that we don't make things easy for the public, especially when it comes to applications, permits, and I'm just worried that we're going to have a case when people come and apply of complaining and the process, and there isn't clarification. It's and business owners are already going to be in so much pressure that I want to make sure that since it's the first time we're doing this, that we can, the business owners can appeal their application.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, the reason that we had no appeal in those particular sections is because the decision that the Public Works Director is making at that stage is whether the parklet complies with the mandatory requirements that everybody has to follow. And those are, is it located in a prohibited area? If it is, if it's located in a prohibited area, proposed prohibited area, it can't be approved. Does it meet the location requirements? And I enumerated all the various location requirements. Many of those are safety requirements. If it's in one of those areas, there's really nothing to appeal. And the same is with requirements applicable to all parklets. And so those are the issues that are basically not subject to appeal. There's no discretion there. It's a ministerial approval. Either it meets it or it doesn't meet it. And if it doesn't meet it, then if somebody challenges the Public Works Director determination that it doesn't meet it, the thought was, rather than taking up city council time on a ministerial action, we would let somebody, if they wanted to challenge it, they thought we were wrong, then you could take it to court and challenge it there because it's a ministerial decision. But that's why it's there. If you want to add an appeal process, we can add an appeal process. But there's a big difference between an appeal process for a discretionary decision, like HLC denial because they didn't like the design, and a parklet owner saying, wait, I should be able to put my parklet there even though it's a red zone. Because red zones are only designated where nobody gets to park. Well, if you don't get to park there, you get to put a parklet there either. So that's the reason it's in the ordinance. If council wants us to put in an appeal process, we can write one in.
Thank you for that clarification. That makes it makes sense. My following question, and the reason I asked is because sometimes the way the public interprets the law is different than how staff is trying to make the public understand the law, so that clarification really helps. My other question is for the city engineer, and is, again, safety. So just for clarification to the public, on slide 9, these barriers that we have here, and these bullet points, they're not have been proven to stop any car crashes. They have been proven to guide foot traffic, but not cars.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Gutierrez, the particular device on the screen here that we've shared is what's referred to as more of a decorative barrier. This hasn't been through the rigorous testing that is done by transportation agencies. So we don't know how this would perform in the event that it was struck by a vehicle. And that's a concern when we do know there are products out there that have been tested and have passed those testing requirements.
So these barriers would be best served on State Street where it's closed, where we don't have traffic, vehicles going through.
That's correct. In a situation where there is not live traffic, or as we heard earlier, an example, there may be some exceptions where you've got a very low volume, very low speed. A barrier like this may be acceptable.
Would you say that this barrier would stop an electrical bike?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. But this barrier wouldn't be safe for, let's say, West Victoria?
That's correct, because on West Victoria, we have live traffic. It is, right now, with the channelization, fairly low speeds. But when we go to the 20 feet, which is staff's recommendation, the speeds will increase, and we would want to have tested safety barriers at that point.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, very good. I'm going to kind of go back on Eric Friedman's question about staffing and the ability to staff and how we're going to finance that. Maybe Ms. Clark, if you'd come forward, if you wouldn't mind. I'm thinking about, are we anticipating the licensing fee or the rental rates being commensurate with what the $2 a foot that's being charged on State Street right now?
Mayor Rouse, at this time, we haven't brought forward specific fees. I would imagine that what we would propose would be similar to the fee structure on State Street. There are also processing fees that are going to be associated with getting the actual license. But I would note that the fees that were adopted on State Street are not sufficient to generate enough revenue to fund dedicated personnel for this program. So as was discussed earlier, if we're talking about enforcement staff or having dedicated personnel going forward, we would need a funding source for that.
Yeah, thank you for that answer, because I think I completely see that. And then how does that comport with our seat licensing fee? If there were like number of seats on the sidewalk in our old seat licensing fee structure, how would that, I know that wasn't a square footage, how would that comport with that?
Yes, Mayor Rouse, so the per seat fee for the outdoor dining license agreement would be substantially less than what we would likely be looking at if we were doing a per square foot, or, you know, the $2 a square foot like we do on State Street. So that amount would be higher than the outdoor dining license agreement rates that are currently charged.
All right, very good. And then as I read the CAR, maybe this is for Mr. Henschke. So the process, from what I understand, they had until the 20th of this month to begin the process, and they have to have some kind of a barrier erected by, was it March 1st, some kind of protective barrier? Am I correct in that when I'm reading the CAR?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, yes.
Okay.
This is contained in section 2 of the ordinance on page 12 and 13, and the idea was if you have an existing parklet and you wanted to keep it, you would submit a pre-application process by December 20th. And then you would have a period of time to submit a formal application. And then you would have to, but we still wanted to get the traffic safety barriers in place on parklets that are existing within the city now. And so those would have to come in by March 1st. And that will, in some instances, require substantial revisions of existing parklets.
Right, it's just kind of one of those reverse engineering things, because you're going to have to probably modify your parklet to fit the adequate barrier in, but you need to armor the parklet by the 1st of March.
Correct.
Okay, all right. It's kind of following the yes.
Can I interrupt? We've lost our live feed on Zoom. The staff think it should be up again in about 5 minutes. I would suggest we just take a quick leg stretch so that people watching on Zoom can continue to participate.
But we're having so much fun, Ms. Bjork. I hate to break it off now. Okay, let's reconvene at 1:15 to give time for staff to get us back on Zoom and ready to go. Is that correct? Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience. We're going to go back on. I'm going to announce that anybody who hasn't put in a slip yet or is online, you have until 5 after 5 to do so. And with that, we're going to begin our public comment. You have 3 minutes at the dais. Don't feel an obligation to take all 3 of them, and we want to make sure that everybody gets a chance to speak. So I'm going to call the person to speak. I'm going to call the person right behind them to come up and be ready to roll so we can get through this because the hour is getting up there. So we'll start out with Alvaro Rojas, followed by Alejandra Chandler. Okay, Ali, we've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. All right. Mayor, council members, thank you for letting me speak on behalf of supporting the Parklets. First, I'm happy to hear that there is a chance that the Mesa could have a viable chance of having the Parklets. I think that's a good idea given it's...
Get a little closer to the mic, please, Edwin.
I was just
There we
saying
go.
I'm
Thank you.
happy to hear that the Mesa might have a viable chance of maintaining the Parklets because it is sort of a unique area. But now discussing a little bit towards the economic impact that I think we'll have if we lose the Parklets at large on the side streets. It obviously means loss of revenue for business, which directly translates into loss of jobs. I know none of us really want that. I think they offer a viable solution and just are good for a robust economy. And then addressing the K-rails, I totally on board with having a safe alternative, but I think there are options such as a Jersey rail or bollards, which are actually used to secure guard the Pentagon. Cement-based planter boxes. I think it might be a good idea to perhaps have a unique assessment for each area, given that our town is, it's different, and there's different landscapes that would require different parameters, I think. Alicia Cafe is one of my favorites because they've got the bollards in front of a bike rack, and it just feels like it's a good alternative and that's thoughtful to the community. I guess overall, I feel that allowing the State Street parklets would create a equitable distribution of opportunities for small businesses that are kind of disappearing in Santa Barbara. Creating more places to congregate in person is crucial in a time where our communities, and especially our kids, are already living through their digital avatars and commingling with AI on a daily basis. We should really plant some proverbial trees, which the shade will never see for future generations. That'll offer some much needed escape from the digital world and providing as many lively and unique places for a coffee or a meal or to create a memory in real life. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Alexander Chandler, followed by, try to get this name right, Elskafree Burnt. Alexandra? Nope. Okay, next one. I'm not going to try that name again so you can.
You actually got it right, Elskafree.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Rouse. Thank you, council members. I am the general manager of the Blue Owl on West Cannon Perdido, and the parklet is just a wonderful addition to our offerings, and I just can't imagine the Blue Owl or any of the off-street restaurants without it for a number of reasons. One, people walking down State Street see the parklet and they know immediately that there's a restaurant there. It signals the parklet is also one of the first places that people, it's the first place that fills up during every lunch rush. It's definitely the most popular seating. Also, a lot of our patrons have dogs, and it allows them a place to sit and enjoy their meal outside, and obviously not inside. Also, we have live music on a regular basis, and the parklets allow people who want to enjoy the food and still dine in with us a place to sit and enjoy conversation without having to be really immersed in the live music. Also, it's Santa Barbara. I mean, the whole reason that people travel here is because of the weather, and so restricting to indoor dinings, I think, really restricts the enjoyment of the city and everything that we have to offer. So for those reasons, I think it would be a real shame to lose the parklets anywhere in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Graham Hadidian, followed by Richard Yates.
Thank you for having me. My name is Graham Hadidian. I'm the manager of the Fess Parker Funk Zone Wine Room on Gray Street and Yananali. First of all, I just appreciate you guys bringing a pre-application process. It definitely invites more of us down there to want to go through the process of keeping the parklets that we already have existed. I have one issue with the ordinances that you guys brought together tonight. The idea of no roofs, I completely understand having a weight-bearing structure above your head with height requirements. Definitely necessary, but I noticed that you guys have mandated umbrellas as the main shade source. I don't know how it is in the corridors in Canyon Perdido as well as Victoria Street, but down the Funk Zone, the winds get atrocious. They come up quick, they come up often, and umbrellas are a hazard. So not every business has this problem. Certain streets are definitely afflicted a little bit more. You're gonna have to anchor it to the actual parklet to make it safe, and oftentimes that brings in an issue of them breaking when the winds come up really quick. I know personally some of the businesses, Corks and Crown, Kuna Wines Valley Project, Moni's, we've all had to spend quite a bit of money on those umbrellas throughout the year. The shade above requirement does not necessarily need to be a sail. It can be a perforated screen. There's definitely materials. I invite each and every one of you to come down and check out our parklet. We definitely have some stuff we need to fix with it according to the new ordinances, but you can see that the shade is not very intrusive. Also, it protects from the debris that are flying around that area, things like leaves that would fall in your food or sap coming from the trees on the hot days. So just when you guys are considering the different things that are going on, please make sure that you take a look at some of the things that are going down there currently to sort of address these issues so that you guys can see there are other viable options than just saying flat out no overhead structures whatsoever. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Richard
Appreciate
Yates,
that.
followed by Jim Marston.
Wow, three whole minutes. Much appreciated. Dear Honorable Mayor Rouse and City Council members, Richard Yates from Opal Restaurant and Bar. Over the last 2.5 years, the city has worked hard to come up with, and we have worked hard to comply with, necessary safety, ADA, and fairness guidelines, and believed we had reached agreement for existing parklets to continue with minor alterations on the Promenade, 1300 block in West Victoria, until the master plan was completed. Safety issues arose, however, which all understand must be addressed, but the city's proposed solution will cause many existing parklets to either be removed or so reduced in size or functionality that they are not economically viable. Starting with the K-rail safety barrier proposed for all parklets on streets with active traffic. Safety importance is indisputable, but K-rails are unattractive, as has been discussed. We have seen online other barriers which appear to be structurally similar but more attractive. Could the requirement not be reworded to make it more flexible and less specific to allow for such? The city is requiring their installation in West Victoria and the 1300 block. Their 2-foot width, however, leads to another issue for continued outdoor dining in these areas. The city would now require Victoria to have a 20-foot width for emergency vehicles, a reasonable safety requirement, but also requesting these parklets be reduced in size. The street appears to be 26 feet wide at the State Street end, and it looks like the public market would just need to move its parklet slightly to create a 20-foot space, even with the safety barriers. If it's got 20 feet, why do the parklets need to downsize? If it's two-way traffic that's the cause, why can't the street continue one way until the master plan's completed? These prime State Street dining establishments on West Victoria offer elegant dining the public appreciates with structures appropriate to their clientele and can't be downsized without damaging their economic feasibility. So please consider to give them more leeway on that. And also further, please consider the proposed prohibition on roofs and other sheltering aspects for all of our existing structures, at least during the interim. For many of us, especially evening-only restaurants, they're an important part of our functionality, and removing them may make our parklets economically unfeasible. We understand the design community's concerns and respect they are charged with maintaining a certain vision for their district. We'd ask of them, as we do the city, to temper some of their conclusions with more flexibility in the interim in regard for the economic and cultural vibrancy outdoor dining has created, not just for our businesses, but for the city as a whole, as it really is a possible nail in the coffin for the future of outdoor dining to have, with each new set of requirements, that many fewer parklets that can survive the new regulations. We believe that this flexibility will help us all in our efforts to create the kind of community-oriented, experiential, forward-facing future that will ensure the prosperity that Santa Barbara deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Marston, followed by Bob Stout.
I'll be quick because in the last break I was able to get some answers from Ms. Clark. So my concern was the timing of all this. Supposedly the applications are due by December 20th, just a few days away, and I'm not sure when they're going to all be inspected and approved. So I'm worried really on when will these parklets actually be legal and enforced. I'm not sure if anyone's told me yet what's the real deadline for when these are approved and all the ADA requirements and building requirements and design are finished. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Stout, followed by Sam Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse, Council. As you know, this issue has really been important to me for about 3 years now. I don't have a parklet, but I am, I think, representing quite a few people who do, friends, competitors, just folks I care about. I'm going to name about 15 places that will be affected by this, and there's others. Blue Owl, Milk and Honey, Savoy Deli, Cafe Elisa, Los Arroyos, Alcazar, Ichiban, Rose Cafe, Moni's Mexican, Chad's, Toma, St. Bibiana, Margaret Wines, Norton's Deli. There's others, but my point is these are all locally owned mom and pop places. None of the ones I mentioned are corporate. Well, they have corporations, but you know what I mean. They're not chains. These are the kind of businesses we want in Santa Barbara. I get tired of hearing about the food and beverage guys, the people that are making all the money on this. This is for our customers, and this is for the people in our city who really enjoy eating outdoors. And this is for our employees, some of whom will lose if we don't have this outdoor dining. I did a quick, gosh, I don't know, 3-hour, 2-hour, 3-hour internet search over a couple different days when I had some time. And I looked at 75 cities in California have approved parklet programs. And I'm sure there's many more. Of those, in terms of safety, which we're all completely in favor of doing, we need to keep these places, parklets, safe and design worthy of Santa Barbara. We want to do that. We will do that when people tell us what to do. With regards to safety, and all due respect to the city staff, I know they do a lot of work and they're really going for the highest standard of safety. But I have to point out that in my research, the majority of these 75 cities that I've looked at, the first 12 that I looked at, there was no mention of mandatory K-rails. There was 800-pound planters, 500-pound planters. There were continuous rails. There were bollards. There were a lot of other options. And I know the city council will probably, adhere to what the engineers say. But I just point that out, again, with a lot of respect, but to the point that there are other ways to keep things safe. The car that did a U-turn, lady did a U-turn and hit Milk and Honey about 3 weeks ago. She was going between 3 and 5 miles per hour. And you don't need a K-rail approved by Caltrans, in my opinion, on that side. I think these other Jersey barriers, as they've been called, they're more decorative. If you have to do that on all 3 sides, you have to do it. People will still want to have parklets. It'll still give them a once-in-a-generation opportunity, these small restaurants off State Street and elsewhere in the city. I mean, could be on the east side, could be on the west side. Somebody could have a little parklet. Moni's Mexican probably has about 4 tables inside. This gives them a chance. So thank you for your consideration. I appreciate it.
Okay, Sam Grant, followed by Lalo Barajas.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and council members. I am Sam Grant, one of the owners of Toma Restaurant, and I'm here to discuss the removal of parklets on the arterial roads ordinance. We don't understand why traffic barriers will not work for the 30 mile per hour speed limit at our location. From my understanding, Caltrans K-rails have been chosen as the city's parking barrier of choice. I sent an email to council showing studies from Caltrans that K-rails are 100% effective at stopping cars going up to 63 miles per hour, which is more than double the 30 mile per hour speed limit on Cabrillo. Cars are not driving 60 miles per hour on Cabrillo, and if so, I'd like to see that evidence. Also, other cities like Encinitas, California are allowing their parklets on 4-lane roads such as the 101 highway. Furthermore, I respect the city and all city council members that are working so diligently and hard on this matter, but no one has come and given us any information or research on why this arterial road ordinance came about. Can the city provide some insight on why this 5 per mile variance from 25 to 30 on Cabrillo has caused for the removal of parklets? And maybe this can happen another date. I know council has concerns over the look of K-rails, so do I. More time needs to be allowed to look at other options such as security planter boxes, which can weigh up to 2,700 pounds, or bollards. Both are far visually more appealing than K-rails. Safety for our diners is just as important to us, and I know we can work with the city to provide a safe and beautiful parklet for our community and our tourists. I believe that parklets on Cabrillo's fate should be the same as the rest of parklets on the right-of-way. In conclusion, Caltrans studies and the research simply show that the 5 per mile difference is not enough to stop the effectiveness of these traffic barriers. Please allow the parklets on arterial roads to be evaluated case by case, and not every 4-lane road has to have the same space or speed limits. Thank you, Mayor, Council, and city workers for all your time and hard work.
Okay, Lalo Barajas, followed by Michael Crenshaw.
Mayor Rouse and council members, I'm the owner of the Rose Cafe up on Cliff Drive, which you were speaking to earlier. and I feel good about my location in particular, but overall, I think that the city has benefited from outdoor dining. We have the perfect climate. I do, by coming to these meetings, am more aware of the safety issues concerned, and we've talked about the safety, but I also think of safety in the way of customers. They feel safe when they can eat outdoors. They don't like being in crowded indoor spaces. So, and also the revenue for me, I think is translated to the city as well. So I think that's a plus. I also have one other concern about the roof. I think I did covered area that does not obstruct the view of the building. You could still see the signage. So I think if anybody wants an idea of what it could possibly look like, I would say to come up and visit and just to see what I've done there. Those are my main things. I do echo a lot of things that have been said, but they've been said many times. Those are things that I just kind of wanted to point out again. So thank you.
Thank you. Michael Crenshaw, followed by Robin Elander.
Hello, Mayor and honorable council members. I work at the Blue Owl. And for many years that I've been here in Santa Barbara, one of the greatest things that I've seen is the environment here in Santa Barbara. The environment at the Blue Owl is welcoming. We have handicap spaces. There's somebody talked about dogs coming in. Everybody comes to the Blue Owl because we're free. Everybody goes to spots on State Street to eat outside because it's free. It's opening. We see people that we want to say hi to. Now, I want to address some of the safety measures on West Cannon, Perdillo, Ortega, and some of the other side streets that are going to seriously impact if you take out these parklets. On Cannon Perdillo, we have 2 lights within 150 feet of each other, one on State and one right in the middle for a crosswalk right there. Cars park on either side of our parklet. So people are coming, turn lanes, they come into that middle lane right there. I can stand between my parklet and have this much space, and the cars go by all the time. I was talking with Mr. Stout this morning about that, standing right there as cars were going by. We have planners on outside of ours. People come by, they slow by there all the time. I think that it's important that they take it by a case-by-case basis instead of saying that we have to have these huge K-rails there, because a Jersey rail going like this and like this on a parklet on our street prevents anything. We have 2 planters right there. People have at least 2 feet before they come up to the planter. So I think in certain situations, the drivers should be more accountable as far as the ones that actually hit it for the 4 accidents that we had and the 2 that somebody did a U-turn at the time that they did it at, instead of jeopardizing all the businesses that are going to look at it by saying, well, we had 4 accidents in 4 years, or 2 of them weren't supposed to be doing what they were supposed to be doing in the first place. Nobody's going to take a U-turn on Cannon Perdillo. Nobody's going to do, somebody took a U-turn on Ortega, but they did it at the end of the block where it's open. They're not going to do it in front of the Wildcat. They're not going to do it in front of the Blue Owl. And since we have this spot over there on West Victoria that's been pre-approved, well, if you just go down a couple more blocks, you're looking at the Blue Owl, you're looking at Wildcat. And you're looking at the parklets there, and if that was approved for there, why can't we have it for here? We have certain situations where there's nobody driving 35 miles an hour between State Street and Acampo to get to the, to Palo to get to the end of the block. Nobody's going that fast there. So we have, open spots, and if it's going to be somewhere where we're going to have it on 3 sides, can we include that in the middle? We have to look at the handicap spots that's taken away from eating from our spots. We're telling people you can't come eat there because we have to move it in, and you can't be able to sit in there. So I would just say that you guys look at it more on a case-by-case basis per restaurant. Thank you.
Okay, Robin Elander, followed by Anthony Grumbine.
Mayor, City Council, and community members, my name is Robin Elander, and I serve as the Executive Director for Downtown Santa Barbara. Thank you to City staff and Council for your work in adopting a citywide parklet program. As you can hear today, the pilot program to date has served our community very well and has been well received by visitors, residents, along with the business community across the city. Continuing the citywide Parklet program is a critically important checkmark on the path of our collective efforts to support economic generation and business development. Some of the potential requirements and fees associated with the program ordinance will likely preclude a portion of businesses if we're not careful in making it as accessible as possible to participate. This still being the case, allowing business to make that decision on their own as to if it's worth it for them still makes it a valuable option that businesses can opt into, as it adds to the energy, feeling, and visibility of their business. I encourage you all to also support the allowances of adding aesthetic improvements to the safety barriers to allow for a more appealing, enjoyable, and inviting experience for patrons in the greater community. Also, based on the feedback that I have also received from other non-restaurant and bar business types, I would also encourage the ordinance to require annual approval from property owners as well as adjacent business neighbors. Thank you.
Okay, and Anthony Grumbine will be our final in-person speaker.
Mayor Rouse, council members, I'm coming to you as just Anthony Grumbine, not as chair of the HLC. But I just wanted to share my feelings on this topic, because I think we are at a kind of, there's a wrestling, you're wrestling with a difficult question, and it has a lot of economic implications, and it also has aesthetic implications. My thoughts on it are that we really should be, we were in a mode of triage with the pandemic, and we were just keeping things alive and keeping things going. We now need to go back to a hospital structured sense, and I think that parklets, like all other things, really should have to do design review, transportation, ADA, everything. It's that there isn't anything super special about parklets that make them different than all the other beautiful things that Santa Barbara has developed over the years. So I think it needs to be part of that process. It needs to be beautiful, and it needs to meet transportation. It needs to be, and it needs to meet ADA, and it needs to meet everything. This is Santa Barbara. We need to keep that standard, get back on our feet, and if we want to do a parklet thing, we need to have it do everything. Just, there's no special exceptions, in my opinion. So I understand where where transportation is right now. We've taken one use that is people sitting down and putting it right next to another use, which is moving vehicles, and that is a hard way of trying to get two uses that don't normally work well together. But I think that if we are going to do it, we shouldn't lower our standards to just to do it. So we need to come up with ways, and maybe it's over time that other systems get developed that work well. But I think specific design review for that area, as we've seen, there's lots of different conditions. Every site is a different condition. So it is hard to do a one-size-fit-all, but there might be patterns of things that are good and can work in multiple areas. So I think removing design review from the whole thing I think we should do both and rather than one trumping the other. So anyways, those are my thoughts. So.
Thank you. Mr. Grumbine, Christensen has a question.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Grumbine. And this may be asking you as Anthony Grumbine or as HLC, so answer with whatever hat.
Sure.
Can you imagine a scenario where one of these barriers that we've been shown so far, or maybe another one that's found, could go through the HLC process and be approved?
It might be, but it would have to be screened well or disguised well. And so, I mean, regularly, every type of engineering needs to work out and hold to our aesthetic standards, whether that's structural, civil, transportation, all those things regularly. Everything downtown usually involves all kinds of departments and everyone signing off, fire, everything. So can it be possible? Yes, potentially, but it'll have to take that process to actually be able to disguise it in that. So.
And are there any suggestions in the wording in that design review portion? I mean, one of the ones we're looking at is selection among approved devices. Would that work?
It's the trouble with it is the main thing is the visual aesthetic of it, right? So you might have a concrete wall that does a great job and protects it, and if you disguise it in a beautiful way, then great, it worked. So I think that it's harder to say a one-off pre-approved system is good for everywhere in the city. So that's the difficulty. You're trying to design one size fits all, and it's a little more difficult than that. So, and on the way over here, actually, and related to that, I just ran for a coffee because it was the break. And on the way back, I hadn't noticed before, but there was a wonderful, very skinny concrete painted right in the corner of De La Guerra and State, and it's hiding a utility box. They did it with 2 little planters on each side. One plant's doing great, the other is not, but it's a whole little plaster box, and it looks great, and it's actually a utility thing. So we've come up with clever ways, but they're usually design specific for the area. So, and it's on the sidewalk. So.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, we have speakers online.
Yes, we have 5 speakers. We have Jim Cannell, Mitchell Shervin, Nick Kuntz, Trey Pinner, and then final speaker is Lee Heller. So we'll start with Jim Cannell.
Hello, I'm Jim Cannell, and I have some real issues with the way this is progressing with respect to the approval of the parklets. What's being set up is basically a double standard. What's good for the public and property owners is not good for the parklets. In other words, you're going down 2 paths and favoring the parklets over property owners who have to comply with codes and restrictions and so forth and so on, and allowing the parklets not to. There's no one addressing the fixture counts on these restaurants with respect to restrooms. And I will tell you that I have restrooms here that are common area that are impacted because parklets have expanded beyond their original seat count, but we no longer take that into consideration. So you're going down a dual standard with 2 different methods of approval, one that's more onerous than the other, and the one that's more onerous is that on the property owners. The other issue is that you've got all these safeguards for the city with respect to protecting the city from liability, but there's no provision to allow these parklets or these restaurants to provide any sort of hold harmless or protection from the property owner. It's not a requirement. It should be a requirement. You can't have one without the other. The other issue is that I think you have to understand, I came to you guys last year about this time, and I did a fixture count as to how many parklets are on State Street. I just did it again last week, and there are currently just about 40 parklets on State Street, down from 47 last year. Of those 40 parklets, over 20 of them are in the 400 and 500 block, which means the rest of the 9 blocks, some of them have no parklets, some of them have only 1, a few of them have 2, but it's sparse. It's very sparse. And the fact that I hear this talking points that the restaurants and the parklets are so much of a benefit to retailers, when in actuality, it's completely false. If there's no traffic and there's no restaurants on a block, why penalize the retailers? The other issue is that more and more of your parklet owners and users and operators are going to dining only. No breakfast, no lunch, and they're basically cutting off retail traffic for those that don't stay open past, let's say, 5 o'clock. So retailers are open from 11 to 5 or 11 to 6. And the majority of the parklets, or more majority of the parklets, are only serving dinner. So how does that serve retail?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. May I have the next speaker, please?
Yes, our next speaker is Mitchell Shervin. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor Rouse and members of the council. My name is Mitchell Shervin, and I'm the owner of Bouchon on West Victoria Street. I want to thank all of you once again, especially the State Street ad hoc council members, Snedden, Jordan, and Oscar Gutierrez, who have been invaluable listening partners over these past few tumultuous years. For those residents that have been expecting bigger things downtown and faster, I realize a certain level of fatigue has set in, what with very little visible work on our main commercial corridor has occurred over the past few years. This can lead to the temptation to do something, anything, to show progress, especially when you take into account the competing ideas on traffic flow, parklets, what traffic barriers should look like, etc. Just as Council has been discussing today, focusing on the minutiae is unbelievably challenging and so seemingly unsettled at this point in time. I also want to mention that the State Street Master Plan preamble calls specifically for flexibility, adaptability, and innovation. Yet some of the staff's recommendation, as indicated in today's reports, are essentially a return to status quo that will absolutely result in far fewer parklets. I believe we could manage the needs of fire and safety if the Santa Barbara Public Market reduced the size of their parklet on West Victoria, and I'm sure other restaurants would be happy to add additional K-rails or other safety barriers as required. So I respectfully recommend we let the master planners continue their work before we make any substantive changes today. Councilmember Friedman has said that this is a generational decision, one that will impact our city for decades. We all know residents responded to a city survey saying 85% positively towards the promenade. So let's not make a move today that will further reduce the number of parklets we enjoy, especially as we near the finish line of at least the initial master plan. In closing, I respectfully request you move to continue as is circulation on the 400 and 1300 State and 0 West Victoria Street blocks, with the caveat to address fire and safety until determinations are made as to which streets are recommended to remain closed versus open, so we can actually see what the master plan recommends. Lastly, I just have to say, ceding all design approval to HLC is disappointing. Many of us creative types in the Arts District feel we should have more leeway beyond the restrictive El Pueblo Viejo guidelines. No one doubts the intentions of keeping Santa Barbara beautiful, but again, the Arts District would love to have more artistic freedom along the lines of the Funk Zone. Thank you very much for your efforts and taking the time to listen.
Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Nick Kuntz. Nick Kuntz, I'll unmute you if you wish to speak. Go ahead. If not, don't. We'll give Mr. Kuntz a moment. Okay, Mr. Kuntz, we'll also come back to you at the end and unmute you if you wish to speak. Please go ahead then. Next is Trey Pinner. Trey Pinner, please go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Oh, great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. I just wanted to follow up. We came before you. I represent the Coast Village Association. I'm the current president of the association. And do want to thank you all for your time that you've spent on the issue of parklets here in the city. And I just wanted to clarify that it is still our position on the board and the association that we do not think that the proposed parklet program is the right plan for our district. There was a comment made earlier that, or a question whether our association is seeking a different ordinance. And no, we are not at this time seeking a different ordinance, but we do believe strongly in outdoor dining. And our association will make every effort and attempt to look at good opportunities to provide outdoor dining opportunities that would work within our district. And as things move forward, we will continue to look for those. And so if we see things that we think are better opportunities, whether it be sidewalk work or work on a private property, maybe a change to the landscape requirements to allow for more outdoor dining, things of that nature, we will certainly try to bring those to you as options for our district. And I think it's also important to note that we don't know where parklets will go and what they will look like in 5 years from now. I don't think you on the council would even be thinking you're talking about parklets on a citywide nature 5 years ago. So it's hard to say where it goes, but at this moment, we certainly do not think the parklet program is the right program for our district, and especially with a couple things coming up with the widening of the 101 freeway. Our area is going to be heavily impacted on Coast Village Road, and we have to prepare for that. we will work with our association to find out ways to make outdoor dining as good as best as possible. And we appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Lee Heller. Lee Heller. After Lee Heller, we'll come back to Nick Kuntz, and that will be our final speaker.
Thank you.
Lee Heller, please go ahead.
His Honor, Your Grace, the Mayor, and members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you for your thoughtfulness on this, and thank you to the staff for all of their hard work. I had the opportunity to see the city through the eyes of a visitor. A friend of mine, a fellow retired college professor, was just here. And so, can you hear me, by the way? Because my computer is telling me you can't. Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. The computer was saying you could not. So my friend came for a visit and was absolutely delighted by all the outdoor dining opportunities. We dined outside at every opportunity, and not on the promenade, I should add. And I would also want to point out to the gentleman speaking to the master plan, these are the side streets throughout the city. This is really not a function of what the State Street Advisory Committee is doing, which is really focused on the downtown corridor, even though some of the side streets, of course, will be part of those decisions. But what was really clear was that there is a chance here to combine safety with beauty. And Councilmember Snedden talked about this earlier, and I strongly support her point of view on this. There are more opportunities to take transportation-approved safety measures to provide barriers around parklets while also ensuring that HLC and other design components are consulted and have final say over the quality of the decorations. I also want to say that I just came back from 3 weeks in New Zealand, which is a really creative country in using the arts to decorate its outdoor spaces. And one of the things that they do there is they use carefully designed murals and other outdoor decoration to enhance their outdoor spaces. So we have a great opportunity here to continue to be a city that draws people because the weather's amazing, our city is beautiful, we get to be outside year-round, unlike where my friend lives in Texas. And let's take advantage of that opportunity to support all of these local businesses, as all of these business people speaking today pointed out. They're not from big national corporations. These are local restaurants providing opportunities for residents and visitors alike to revel in the incredible climate we have, eat outdoors, and have a wonderful time. I have a lot of confidence that the transportation engineer will come up with as many different options for safe protection of the parklets, and that HLC and other design components can come into play to make sure that they are beautiful. Thank you for your time.
And then a final speaker.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Kuntz has not re-raised his hand, so no further speakers
All right.
who logged in on time.
All right, thanks, Frank. That comes back to count. All right, well, okay, I'll open up with my comments. How about that? What? Oh, the thing isn't not working? Oh, there it goes, okay. All right, well, actually then, Mr. Jordan got his up there first, so you guys can fight that one out on your own.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it's interesting the last 3 weeks. My opinion really hasn't changed. So I'm sorry I missed that a couple weeks ago. It's time, I feel, to recognize the safety issues for certain. I think my only hesitation there is that collectively we've done less than a thorough job of investigating what it is we can do to what we think we want to accomplish in terms of safety. There's a whole wild world out there that doesn't involve 24-inch base cement K-rails that I think are available to us to do some actual research on and determine if that's the case. But at the end of the day, I'm not playing engineer. So that's why we have people sitting over there. So I still support the ordinance going forward with a safety component that protects the city. And I also think it's particularly in the locations we're talking, so let's just say the side streets on each side of Sage Street. It's a way overdue time to fix those from a design look and feel. Those are probably, as a consumer, those are probably some of the worst looking designed ones in the city on the side streets. And so I will continue to support a move towards a process where the applicable design board plays a role. As I said, I think 2 or 3 months ago, seems like a long time ago, I would have rathered that somebody did the work in advance and came up with a set of starting guidelines to meet that were agreeable to a design board, whether it's ABR or HLC, so that a applicant would have a starting place to a baseline to attempt to then design with their particular whim to it, but that met something. And I'm not really excited about each one having to argue along the same lines and in the same process of building a house. I think it's totally inappropriate to put people through that process, but I think it's time to start that. That given, the events over the past 3 or 4 weeks, I think, have put us in a position that I don't support, and that's that there's like 9 business days left until that December 20 requirement to have a pre-app in. So I don't really have a lot to tweak in terms of the ordinance other than the input on my comment, but here's what I will offer to play with that concern. And I think it also will legally take care of the current expiration of the ERETO. And that is to adopt an ordinance like this one right here, but push back the pre-app date to February 1st, which in terms of business days with the city closure dates on every other Friday and the vacations is an addition of 20 city business days. So I think, put it on calendar, it gives you about a month and a half to get your pre-app in order and get it into it. Scoot the approved and installed, approval of an installation of a barrier to March 14th, which is a gain of 2 weeks, or a scooch of 2 weeks over what's in the current ordinance. And then scooch the requirement for submitting a license application to May 3rd. That is again another 2 weeks deferral off in that time. And remove your parklet by May 9th, which is a week later than the original one. And then you continue to must have a successful and issued license by December 31st, 2024. I think there's so much going on and so many pieces involved here, and the unfortunateness of the last 3 weeks of just having it sit in limbo. I can't support that we continue to have this pre-app date and the other dates coming up so soon. The cause is us. The cause wasn't anybody sitting out there. So I'm willing to move forward with substantial agreement as to what the city has put in front of us, pending the other comments you're going to hear from my peers. But we scooch those dates backwards, which I think allows the parklets to continue because we're adopting an ordinance, but we're just playing with the due dates for each one of those components. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I also agree that it's, recognizing the safety issues and also recognizing the authority of the city engineer to be overseer of safety and stamps of approval on that, and the Public Works Department in that realm. With that being said, my issue has always been the design review process. So for the design board, either board, HLC or ABR, just the message that if one of these applicants has made it through the process of being given the safety approval of city engineer, Public Works, and says, you know, this can exist here safely, then my plea to HLC or to ABR would be to make it aesthetically suitable, but not to say, no, we don't think it should be here if it's already made it through the safety provisions. And I think that's a pretty important point, that the aesthetic purview be how to make it look the best as possible, but not necessarily to say, we don't think they should be anywhere. And I'm not speaking to any particular HLC member in the room, but given some comments about deciding whether to have them or not to have them, I think that's really important. But I really want to settle this issue. Again, I think in the comments earlier that the term of shielding came up, and we've asked questions about this before. Can we have shielding? Can we not have shielding? Are they going to impale people? Are they not going to? I really feel like this is the moment to get a little clarification on how much aesthetic leeway is there. And coatings, are coatings okay, or texturizing? Do they have to be reflective, not reflective? Just a overarching kind of sweep of how much leeway there could be. It's a question, sorry.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon, so if you're talking about coatings on the protective devices themselves?
I don't want to limit you to coatings, just how broad could the aesthetic boundaries be?
I think quite broad, as long as the device that's there is adequate and what's installed doesn't create its own issues, we should be fine with that.
Okay, that's excellent, thank you. And that's actually what I've been looking for, is that, if it can make it through the safety barriers of engineering, and then it can make it through the design aesthetics of HLC or ABR, then more power to you. I have to figure that it's good to go. So I'm good within those parameters. I think it might be important to reevaluate this program in 2 to 3 years. I think that might be part of what the sticking points are right now, is that we're contemplating sort of a permanent program, and we don't yet have all the tools that are being developed. So I don't know if that's just inherent in any ordinance that we could reevaluate it in some time. I'm supportive of the shift in dates that Councilmember Jordan proposed. If those are allowable, then I'm good with those also.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be brief. My position on this hasn't changed. I support it moving forward. I don't think there's been any substantive additions or changes to the program discussed or recommended today that would need input on, other than the changing of the dates, which I agree with Councilmembers Jordan and Sneddon. That's a result of our internal delay, so it seems very reasonable, and I would support that as well, and hopefully we'll be able to move forward.
Mr. Friedman.
My comments are also brief. Even though I'll be voting opposite of Councilmember Harmon, they're almost exactly the same. I've seen nothing today, no new significant information that was presented that would cause me to change my vote or on it. And I'll just say that, I never have, I currently don't, and I never will support the K-railification of Santa Barbara, and that's where I think we're going. Thank you.
All right, very good. Well, this has been, we've definitely been over this ground a few times, and I just, a matter of fact, I'm not even sure I really care what the decision is. I just want a decision this time around. But outdoor dining doesn't equal parklets. Parklets don't equal outdoor dining. We can have a robust outdoor dining program, parklets or no. Not on every side street, because a lot of streets have narrow sidewalks, I get that. But the idea that having parklets as business friendly is myopic, because it may be business friendly for that particular business, but it does take away common area parking. The parking does not belong to any specific business on the street, and it also does another thing. It eliminates a view angle from a storefront from either side. So if businesses that are being approached by a car on the other side of the street cannot be seen, or they're partially occluded until they're by them. So, and those parking, somebody brought it up earlier, oftentimes those parklets aren't used during the daytime. Yet the retail is there in the daytime, and they are deprived of that one or two or three parking spaces. As we go through and we look at public safety, and we've lost 4 of these things to car, and yeah, should the driver be responsible? Yeah, but that doesn't matter if you're sitting in one of those things and get crushed. It doesn't matter who's responsible, you're still dead. Now, we've been really fortunate. We haven't had serious accidents, but it really does point out something. So the barricades, yeah, they're going to be necessary if we're going to have these things. Is there going to be adequate space in these parklets once those barricades are put in space? As I think Mr. Jordan pointed out, that's like a 24-inch difference, which is at least a row of tables, if not in some cases, pretty much the whole parklet itself. Fixture counts are still part of the Uniform Building Code, and yeah, everything's been ignored for 3 or 4 years now that we've been doing this on everywhere. But at some point in time, all those things are going to come back into play. ABC laws have been loosened up probably until 2026, but at some point they're going to come into play. Health Department codes about going across a public right-of-way with open food and drink. Yeah, they kind of looked the other way. They've been really cool about it, but at some point all those are going to come into play. But what I get every week in my office, and I've got 2 of them tomorrow and 3 on Monday, are people doing projects elsewhere that are not necessarily restaurants or parklets. They're going through the process. They're upset with the process. They're upset about this and that. And who knows exactly where they are in the process. But the thing is, we're very precise about what we do. It can be really onerous. And we're looking to give this a pass. And we've been looking at this now. This council's been up here looking at this for almost 4 years. The idea that we had to bring this back for a second look, and then we're still trying to relitigate it on the fly up here, and what we're doing is unbelievable. I can't even follow what we're doing. And I feel bad actually for you guys, even though I'm going to be voting against the whole parklet thing. I feel bad because you're looking for direction. Staff is looking for direction. And they're looking at us going, well, what do you guys want? Well, I'm not even sure what we want. I really am not. We've equivocated, and I think that's really unfair to the city. It's unfair to the restaurant owners. It's unfair to the other businesses that are trying to establish and stay alive in this really tricky economy. So I think our equivocation has really not been doing our jobs. We have a public safety issue that we have not taken care of yet, and we also have an aesthetic issue which we've pretty much ignored. And once we get into the engineering and public safety and go into the aesthetics, we're going to find out if even doing some of these things, particularly on a side street, are going to be worthwhile. So we are where we are. There's nothing I can do about it, but I am frustrated. I just, and I had to put it out there. But this body, we are the ones that have been responsible for this, and it's not something I'm particularly proud of at this point in time. We've done this, we've gone over this time and time again. I don't remember any other issue if we spent this kind of time and effort and staff time on. And so with that, those are my comments, but I will not be supporting the ordinance going forward. Mr. Jordan, you have your light on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As always, I love being chastised for how we got here and then also being chastised for giving you exactly what you want, some certainty. So I'd make a motion to approve staff's recommendation as shown, but with a revision of those 5 dates, and I'll read them again. And that's the pre-app date as of to February 1st, the approval and installation of an approved barrier by March 14th, the submission of a license application by May 3rd, or removal by May 9th, and the issued license obtained by December 31st, 2024. That would be my motion.
So that's a move, and a second by Harmon. Do you have the motion, Madam Clerk? Or Madam Attorney? Okay, we're good?
Yep.
Okay. And I'm sorry?
Oh,
Yeah,
I
okay.
can just repeat it to the record whenever.
And I have a question for clarification. Councilmember Jordan, there was a removal requirement if they didn't submit the pre-application. Did you want to make that date consistent with the timeframe that you had? So on the first paragraph where you changed it to February 1st, it would then be changed to must remove the parklet by February 8th if they don't
Edward,
submit?
a week later?
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you for
That's what I
catching
thought.
that one.
Okay, Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. And then I did have the question about the language of selection among approved devices in section 9.180.140 design review that currently says the type and location of traffic safety barriers for a parklet as required under section 9.180.060C are not subject to design review. I was hoping for language for.
If you would like to include that language in the motion, then the language that I suggest is that we add semicolon provided, comma, however, comma, that if the city engineer establishes a list of approved traffic safety devices, then the design body may specify a device from the list during the design review for a parklet.
May I ask the maker of the motion to accept that?
Mr. Jordan?
It's good with me.
Thank you.
Second?
Thank you. And then, Dan, could I also just make a change there too? I was really careful on my dates to make sure I wasn't picking a Friday. The city was closed, like the original March 1st. So it'd be February 1st, which is a Thursday for the pre-app, and February 9th, which is a Friday for removal.
Got it.
Does that work? Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, we all good with that and the motion, Madam Clerk?
Yes, let me read this into
Would
the.
you read it back,
Let-
please?
Read
Thank
this
you.
and then, please, correct. Before I do, Mr. Henschke, the proposed language you were suggesting, the design body may specify, I'll take what you're handing me. Thank you. All right, half a second, Mr. Mayor.
Well, she's gonna.
Okay.
You want to ask her a question?
Okay.
Yeah, let her get to the motion up, please.
Okay. So this is a motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Harmon, that council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending Title IX of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code by the addition of Chapter 9.180 relating to parklets in the public right-of-way, and with the revision of 5 dates. Pre-application date to February 1. Must remove parklet by February 9th, if applicable, or just by February 9th?
Mr. Jordan?
Leave it at February 9th.
February 9th. All right, one moment. Okay, and with the revision of 5 dates. Pre-application date to February 1. 6 dates. Gotcha. 6 dates. Pre-application date to February 1. Must remove parklet by February 9. Approval and installation of approved barrier by March 14th. Submission of license application by May 3rd or removal by May 9th. And issued license obtained by December 31st, 2024.
You can go back up to that top one. I'm sorry. You can go back up to that top one and put an "or" in also. It's pre-app date February 1st or
must-
removal by February 9th.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's,
they're both of those "ors" are the same context.
okay, good. That's why I was confused.
If we could just leave the dates, because the ordinance just needs to have the dates submitted. We don't need an extra or. in there.
Okay.
Okay, so I will start with, and with the revision of 6 dates.
Right.
And with,
if you could just read the dates, because I will write the ordinance, and I have it written down here. If you would want to see it, I can show it to you. But I don't want to add in additional words.
Okay, I'm gonna, let me give you the dates and then I'll repeat the notes I have from what Councilmember Jordan said. Dates of February 1, pre-application date. Remove parklet by February 9. Approval and installation of approved barrier by March 14. Submission of license application by May 3rd, or removal by May 9th. And issued license obtained by December 31st, 2024. And then, provided, however, that if the city engineer establishes a list of approved traffic safety devices, then the design body may specify a device from the list during design review for a parklet. And that's the entirety of the motion. Okay.
And Ms. Gutierrez, did you need to ask your question before we vote?
Yeah. Again, this is a question for clarification for the public because we have a lot of people watching. Mr. Hensky, can you repeat to the public those parklets that will be removed according to this ordinance and the ones that will stay?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, the prohibited areas where they will need to be removed, I think is the question. One-way streets having 2 or more lanes, two-way streets having 2 or more lanes in any one direction, and Coast Village Road. Those are the areas. The rest may remain as long as they comply with the date requirements that Councilmember Jordan read. And they comply with the installation of the barriers and those things.
Thank you.
Okay, are we ready to vote?
Please go ahead and vote on that motion as described a few minutes ago.
Motion passes 5-2 with Rouse and Friedman dissenting. Okay. Well, at least we're done with that.
Thank you.
All right, let's go on to the next item, please.
And the next item is item 33, monthly update on State Street interim operations.
That was ridiculous.
Good evening, Mayor Rouse and council members. My name is Sarah Clark. I am the Public Works Downtown Team Manager, and I am here today with your monthly update on State Street interim operations. Excuse me. So today I am going to go through and give a status update on the 4 items that we have received direction to pursue from council that occurred back on September 26th, if you'll recall. And those were to, number 1, reprioritize the pressure washing schedule on State Street. Number 2, introduce a shuttle service. Number 3, implement temporary bike lanes on State Street for the length of the promenade. And number 4, to reestablish the existing drop-off and pickup zone at the Granada Theater. So at our last update, which was on October 31st, council reaffirmed their support for that drop-off zone at the Granada, restoring that, and also authorized $55,000 from the general fund to pay for the installation of the bike lanes, along with accompanying vertical elements to help reduce speed. So let's start with reprioritizing the pressure washing schedule. The idea here was to reallocate resources to hopefully provide more cleaning to blocks that have heavier use and move resources away from blocks that don't get as soiled. We also, if you'll recall, flipped the order in which we do pressure washing so that, again, the heavier use, more kind of entertainment district blocks towards the southern end get washed sooner after the weekend. So beginning November 20th, we began that new reallocated schedule. So the blocks from, and this is sidewalks only, I want to mention, the sidewalks from the underpass through the 600 block all are going to get washed twice a week. The 700 block, along with the public paseos, are going to be washed once a week, and then all of the other blocks are going to be washed once every other week. So again, that is now underway. We invite your feedback as that moves along as to whether you believe that that has been effective. So moving on to shuttle service, not a whole lot to report here. We are still working on developing an RFP to see if we can provide some sort of a micro shuttle or micro transit option on the promenade. MTD is still planning to bring back limited service of a circulator shuttle in summer of 2024. And so that would be the one that would run Chapala and Anacapa Street. Moving on to the bike lanes. We've already installed the bike lanes on the 1200 block of State Street. That was done on November 14th. And we are in the process of developing a plan to find suitable vertical elements in consultation with our HLC working group, and we're also going to be reviewing that with our Access Advisory Committee working group, so to find something that works from both a visual and an accessibility standpoint. And we're going to begin by piloting those on the 1200 block when we've reached an agreed design. So for the rest of the promenade, this diagram up here, and I believe it was attached to your agenda report, is sort of typical of what we would be looking at for the remainder of the promenade. So 6.5 feet in each direction for bicycles, 7 feet for pedestrians, plus whatever space in that 9-foot parklet aisle is not occupied by parklets, as well as, of course, the sidewalk. Those will be separated using painted lines, and we expect that that work will begin this week, so Thursday and Friday, December 7th and 8th. We expect the majority of that work to take place, again, always weather permitting, but it looks pretty good right now. We do not anticipate any further impacts to any of the dining facilities on State Street. And then finally, the return of the pre-existing drop-off zone at the Granada Theater. We were able to restore northbound traffic on the 1200 block in order to enable that. Again, that happened November 16th. That lane was open, so you can see a picture of what that looks like here. So you've got the northbound traffic lane that runs in front of the Granada Garage. Then there's a little bit of a buffer where we have those planters there, new stop signs at the crosswalk, and then in either direction we have the bike lane. So the Granada is reporting that this is working well for them for their passenger drop-off. This is a very busy season for them moving into the holidays. Our observations indicate that we've got some kinks to work out. They're particularly in terms of having sufficient space available on the sidewalk for pedestrians so that pedestrians aren't overflowing into the vehicle lane. So, hopefully as time goes on, vehicles, bicycles, everybody's going to get more used to this traffic pattern. So now I'm going to get into a few additional safety recommendations. We kind of veered into this territory in the discussion of the parklets in the last item. But since these business facilities and these blocks are covered under Title 31, we are going to discuss these recommendations here. So again, under Title 31, the city administrator is authorized to make revisions to traffic flow and under Title 31, excuse me. And so, as was alluded to earlier, the fire department and public safety are recommending that the 20-foot fire lane be reestablished on the 0 block of West Victoria. That would enable the return of two-way traffic on that street, and circulation would return more to what it had been prior to the pandemic. And then also, for reasons that we've discussed in regards to parklets and traffic safety, the city engineer is recommending that traffic safety barriers be required around outdoor business facilities that are adjacent to traffic. So there's a little bit of a kind of a hole between Title 31 and the parklet ordinance. And so this would enable those traffic safety barriers to be used around those facilities that are covered under Title 31. So on 0 West Victoria, as I noted, that would involve widening the traffic lane to 20 feet. You can see here in this photo that we have not much space right now for fire apparatus when on that block, particularly if there are vehicles in the loading zone that is in front of the New Vic Theater. This will, however, require that the existing outdoor business facilities on that block be reduced in size and add traffic safety barriers. You can see there's already barriers around the public market, but that would have to be reduced in size to accommodate the wider fire lane. And then again, the discussion about safety barriers on the facilities adjacent to traffic. This is consistent with recommendations under the parklet ordinance. This would impact existing and future parklets on the 1300 and 400 blocks, as well as the 0 block of West Victoria. So that concludes my portion of the presentation. I'm now going to turn it over to the chair of HLC and the chair of the Access Advisory Committee to make comments from their respective groups.
Ms. Grumbine.
All right. It's been a pleasure working with staff and with our subcommittee, Commissioner Ensberg and myself, and been meeting every 2 weeks or so. And working through a lot of these things. So we're happy to be participating and helping to weigh in on things aesthetic and maybe a little engineering. Just kidding about the engineering. For the record. Yeah, too soon. I have my HLC hat on. It's okay. It's okay. So there's not a lot to report. We're just working with them and happy to be here for questions or anything else. But
Very good. And then we have do you have a question, Mr. Grumbine?
Working on what exactly?
So there's more to come. There's constantly pieces. So everything from specifications of good planters to all kinds of stuff. There's lots in the background, but it's got to be developed and sussed out and priced out and figured out. So we're part of that. And then the bike lanes as well, part of that discussion and colors and everything else and position and Commissioner Ensberg and oh my gosh, sorry it's late. The other commissioners also helped weigh in on the whole bike thing from last time. I wasn't able to be here, but they were able to, within a couple days before, come out with some sketches and figure things out. So it's an ongoing process. There's lots happening. So
That was the best possible answer on everything, basically. So thank you.
Right.
Yeah.
If there are no further questions, Mr. Grumbine, we'll have Mr. Marston come up and make comments, if you would, please. And thank you both for being here and sticking it out with us tonight.
I'm hungry.
Yeah.
So I'm Honorable Mayor, council members, I'm Jim Marston, the chair of the Access Advisory Committee, and we have an ad hoc committee that was formed to deal with the Straight Street interim operation. So I have 3 things that I want to discuss with you. I wasn't sure exactly where it would be at, so excuse me, I don't see very well. The Granada drop-off. Now, the current code says that if you have a drop-off thing, you must have a curb ramp that goes up to the sidewalk. Otherwise, your people are out in the street. Now, I realize this is an older drop-off. Some people will say, hey, there was no traffic there for 3+ years. It was just a bend in the sidewalk. Now it's being used for drop-offs, but I'm not going to argue that here now. But I want to remind you that we are now asking people, instead of having this ramp, you're asking your friends, your relatives, you drop them off there, they've got to take their wheelchair and go down the street to the mid-cross blocking, crossing, mid-block crossing, okay. Sorry about that. So now you drop someone off, they have to go down the street in their wheelchair, in the traffic lane. Excuse me. Now remember, or think about when it's crowded. You're going to have people being dropped off, their friends with wheelchairs. You're going to have Ubers and taxis. You're going to have just ambulatory people who are being dropped off by their friends. And especially on a rainy day, you're going to have a huge line of traffic on that one lane of State Street. And they're going to be waiting for someone to go into the drop-off zone, and then that person in the wheelchair has to come out and go down the traffic lane to get off the side, to get onto the sidewalk. That's very dangerous, and I can't believe that you really want to support that. So I have two thoughts. Number one, the Granada Garage people, or the Granada Theater people came to you and said they were losing patrons because they needed access for their elderly folks. Now they say they're getting it back, so there's an increased revenue from them. They should be concerned about the safety of those elderly people, just like they were concerned about their being able to be dropped off. So maybe the Granada can look into funding a ramp, maybe a joint venture with the city. But at the least, I would like you to make sure today that you say, until that ramp is built, we're going to have a temporary ramp that has to be in place every time there's an event at the Granada. Just a, you know what the temporary ramps are like, right? So all you have to do is put one out in the zone so people can just get right safely from their car door up to the sidewalk. So that's not a big ask. That's all we really, at the minimum, we need to have a temporary ramp whenever there's a event there. And I also want to ask the city attorneys, who are both here, what would be the liability if someone in a wheelchair goes down the traffic lane and gets hit? Is that the driver's fault, or is that the fault of Granada, or the fault of the city for not building the required ramp? So I just want to throw out, this could be a big risk management liability problem. Okay, the next one is the bike lanes. Now, if you've been out to UCSB, you realize that there's many high-speed bikes paths out there. But the good thing is they have great enforcement with the students. If you're riding your bike not on the bike path, you get a ticket and they can take your bike away from you. I was just up the 1200 block that was striped a week or so ago, and I saw many bikes that were not using the bike lane. So my first simple question is, what's the enforcement here? When a person is not using the bike lane, but they're riding in the pedestrian zone or wherever they are, what are we going to do about that? Just let it happen as we've done for the last couple of years? It's a mess out there. Many elderly and disabled people and many visitors are afraid of all the bikes there. But it's one thing to have them in the bike lane, but then we have to realize, what if they're not there? What's our liability again if you get hit by someone who's not in the bike lane? And the other problem I have with the bike lane is, how do we cross from one side of the street to the other? Are they going to stop at mid-cross, mid-block crossings? Are they going to stop at every intersection? Or is it going to have a flow of traffic just constantly going up and down? And I don't think that's been looked at all here. How can pedestrians walk across the two bike lanes to get to the other side? So there has to be some way, there has to be some signage or some enforcement. And I'll leave that one, except I still am curious on why we allow self-propelled electric motorcycles on the street, but not a gas-powered moped. There's no difference as far as their speed or anything, but somehow I think the city's been sucked into the fact that even if it's a self-propelled bike with no pedals at all or no pedal needed and going 25, 30 miles an hour, that's okay. But I'll leave that for the rest. And the last one is the transit. In 2020, I think it was, the city council decided to cancel the contract with MTD, even though it's supposed to be through 2022. The MTD still has those fully accessible electric shuttles where a person in a wheelchair can get on the shuttle, be with their companion, be with their family members, and also talk to the public. This many transit stuff that's being pushed around, it's keeps people separated. There's no way for a person in a wheelchair to be with his friends and family. I don't know why we want to pay an outside group to bring in new vehicles to State Street when the MTD already has the vehicles. All they need is city funding. But if you're going to spend money on an outside group, why not spend it here at home and use the fully accessible MTD shuttles? And then what I'd like to have answered here is, we don't know how far this mini transit is going to go up and down State. Does it link Amtrak and the waterfront? And if not, why not? Is this just to get more people to the businesses on the promenade? So a few things to think about. These are thoughts from the Access Advisory Committee. Thank you for
Thank you.
concern, but I think safety is a big issue that's kind of, imagine crossing those bike lanes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marston. Mr. Friedman, you had a comment or a question?
It's a question for staff to follow up. Thank you, Mr. Marston, but I did want to follow up because the council direction was to make we opened up that street to make it accessible to the Granada. So what is the possibility of doing a temporary ramp during events until we can get a permanent fix? And what is the situation right now if we don't have that? How are wheelchairs getting access to it?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman. So right now, yes, there is no ramp. So for wheelchairs to have access at that location, they would either need to be unloaded directly to the sidewalk, either by a special vehicle or by, again, a companion or assistant or an aide who was with them. Or, as Mr. Marston stated, they would need to go forward of the drop-off zone there and use the mid-block crossing, which is the closest ramp to it. So we could ask the Granada to provide a temporary ramp during their events at that location, if that was your direction. But I would defer to our city attorney and to our city engineer for further questions about what the accessibility requirements are at that location.
Ms. Clark, I have seen a metal ramp in that cutout, and I didn't know if that was for Granada performances or for deliveries or what that was, but there was a ramp. But I don't know if that was the proper one.
Mayor Rouse, so that was actually left over from the outdoor dining facility. So when the business that's right there, it was able to use that area for their outdoor dining facility, that was their ramp that enabled them to be compliant with the ADA requirements.
Thank you. Ms., are you done, Ms. Friedman?
Yeah, so at some point I would like to understand if we can, as you're sitting there, Mr. Henschke, what are the requirements to do a temporary ramp, or would it trigger other requirements as well? Can you do something on a temporary basis like that?
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, we did look into the question about whether reestablishing the traffic flow triggered implementation of improvements to the sidewalk in order to accommodate. We don't believe it's an alteration that triggers, so it's a pre-existing facility. The same condition that existed before we closed off traffic exists afterwards. Can we put a ramp? The answer is yes, but we need to make sure that it's being used in conjunction with drop-off activities, because just leaving it out there with traffic there does create an issue. So it is something, as Ms. Clark indicated, that we need to talk with the Granada about. The best thing to do would be to have Granada provide the temporary ramp, maybe there, during times when there are events. They do have valet service, the valets could provide the ramps. But there are traffic engineering issues associated with sticking out something into an area where cars are going to be driving. So those are issues that we have to talk about. We did discuss in some detail before reopening the ramp whether there was a capability of doing improvements now to the sidewalk area in front of the Granada where the drop-off is. But there are significant physical constraints with respect to that area that make installing a curb cut ramp difficult in that, and we're still evaluating that. So we're still in the process of both looking at it from a legal standpoint as to what we are required to do and an engineering standpoint as to what is feasible.
Thank you. I'd be, sounds like you're doing that. I'd be supportive of you having those discussions with the Granada specifically for their shows and to see if that's an option or not. But yeah, as long as we're talking with them and seeing if that's an option. Thank you.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I have some questions. I'm very confused about the Granada because I thought the whole point, well, from my own perspective, was for accessible drop-off at the Granada. So one of my big questions is, what did they do before?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon, you're correct that was quite a large portion of the discussion that was had about this drop-off facility. Prior to this, I don't believe that they did offer accessible drop-off there. As you're aware, this is not an accessible passenger loading zone in its current configuration.
So where did their patrons who needed wheelchairs get dropped off?
Yeah, but I think what happened was, once they closed State Street, people had to be dropped off on the two streets, and they had a half a block to walk.
Before, I'm asking about before we closed the street, before COVID, before anything.
There was no accessible drop-off there, but you could still go down to the mid-block crossing, and there was 2 lanes of traffic, so it was much easier for cars to go around you if you're in the street. But there was never an accessible ramp up. But what Granada was complaining about was people had to be dropped off a half a block away, and some of them couldn't walk that far. Does that make sense?
Okay, well, it does, but I regret my decision about the Granada on multiple fronts. I didn't think it was going to impact any restaurants, and we lost the Daisy Parklet. I thought the whole point of this was to, and this is not directed at you, this is my own misunderstandings. I thought what we were doing was creating accessibility. If what we were just creating was a business drop-off, I don't think I would have supported that. So, and as a pilot, this came up as a pilot program, and these all seem like pretty substantial changes that don't really seem like pilot. So I'm very confused on that front, that after all of that and the loss there, that it's still just a drop-off that isn't accessible is very confusing to me and doesn't seem like in the spirit of what we were trying to accomplish. And I think the Granada should put that ramp or temporary ramp. This is specifically for their own patronage. So I'm very confused about that. About the Daisy, I was wondering if you could give an update on, I think we were all aware that their parklet needed to be removed, and then now I've seen some tables up on the sidewalk, and if you could just kind of give us an update on what's happening with them.
Sure, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon. So as you're aware, yes, the Daisy Parklet unfortunately did have to be removed from the street. The tables that are on the sidewalk currently are not permitted. So, that is something we are going to have to effectuate the removal of. However, there is some additional space available on the sidewalk that could possibly be used for outdoor dining under the Outdoor Dining License Agreement program. So, but they will need to speak to our engineering division about getting started in that license process and sort of legitimizing those tables and figuring out what space needs to be there, the proper barriers, particularly for cane detection, to make sure that that sidewalk dining is compliant with that program. We are also exploring the possibility of sort of a demonstration project in that area with changing the configuration of some of those planters to see if we can free up more space on the sidewalk for outdoor dining. At this point, I can't really speak to exactly how much additional space might be available there or what the feasibility of that might be. Unfortunately, it's not quite as simple as it looks, but it is something that we are actively investigating as staff.
Thank you. And I really just want to reiterate that there were so many impacts from this returning traffic to that street, and it's actually really confirmed for me not to do that anywhere. So as a pilot, as far as I'm concerned, it was successful in that reopening the street to traffic does not result in the outcome that I support. We lost a parklet that was beloved. We still don't have accessible drop-off, and I'm confused about I thought the direction and the spirit of a pilot was to keep that going. So I apologize for whatever my part in that is. That really wasn't at all the intention. So I want to ask really clearly for these remaining bike lanes, I just want to be sure we're not going to lose any outdoor dining facilities because we're putting in bike lanes. And I know I asked this about the Granada and was told that there weren't going to be any loss of businesses there. So
Councilmember Sneddon, we do not expect that there will be any impacts to any additional business facilities on State Street with the installation of the bike lanes.
Okay.
The reason that we had to take some additional space was for that vehicle lane and that buffer between the vehicle lane and the bicycle lanes. And so that is wider than just putting the two bicycle lanes on the street. So there won't be a need to impact any of the outdoor business facilities.
great. That is very good news. And then, just to reiterate, I think the Granada, they should be responsible for putting in that ramp for accessibility to their own business. I think we've gone above and beyond to create that drop-off zone at a great loss that was unanticipated, actually. So I would like the Granada to be responsible for that. I think the barriers on West Victoria, let's make those beautiful. If we're going to continue on that street, they're some of the worst-looking rails that there are. So I think they should have to comply with the new set of standards as they come up. And then I will just reiterate that as a pilot, that reopening that zone to traffic has confirmed for me that I don't want to do any more reopening to car traffic. So it was successful in that way.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I just want to ask for a little bit of additional clarification. I understand where Councilmember Sneddon is coming from with regard to the fact that this reopening has not led to 100% accessibility, but my understanding is that this is a significant improvement in accessibility in that individuals who have differing abilities who are not in a wheelchair, who have trouble walking, now don't have to walk a half a block to get there. Like, it's not that there's been no improvement in accessibility, it's just that we're not 100% there yet. Is that correct?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Harmon, this is a closer location to the entrance to the Granada for drop-off. So if that distance was a constraint for somebody, then yes, in that case, it would be more accessible in that way.
And a lot of what drove this conversation initially was that distance was a significant constraint for a large number of patrons of the Granada. Am I remembering that correctly?
You are correct. The distance was one of the major concerns that was cited.
Okay, so I would just say I too support making this fully accessible. I think that's our shared goal. It's a necessity. But I definitely do not agree that this has been a failure. And I think it is a vast improvement in accessibility, and there's probably a pretty large number of people for whom this makes quite a significant difference. So I think we should keep that in mind and keep working toward that goal that I think we all share, and that's really critical.
Yeah, I mean, just to add to that, I mean, there's other things we've talked about, like valet services and other kind of drop-off points where curb cuts and whatnot may be needed to be officially accessible. However, when you consider the totality of the number of blocks closed on State Street and the lack of ability for people that have either disabilities or just, very senior, then this is the one block where they can actually go. And I think that, so if you have a specific business or a restaurant or whatever you want to visit, and you're not ambulatory, you're kind of stuck. And so I think this is actually, the Granada's not in here complaining about what we did, that's for sure. So I agree, it's not perfect, and yes, the Granada hopefully will make that accommodation, or we'll figure out a way to make that accommodation, but once again, it's, I think it was a net positive, and I, contrary to Councilmember Snedden, I would like to see us do a lot more, because I really do think that we basically disinvited a large sector of our population from our downtown. Okay, more comments, Kent, or questions regarding the interim update? What's that?
Do we need to give direction on West Victoria?
Well, on Victoria, I mean, that, what's that? Yeah, I mean, well, do we have public comment online? Because we have one speaker slip here. So that'll be Robin Elander.
And we have one public commenter online.
Because it's kind of that squishy between questions and comment type of thing. So, Ms. Elander, why don't you come forward and say what you're going to say, if you would. We'll do that. We'll go. Do you have one online, you said, Ms. Clerk? Okay, so we'll do that, and then we'll come back to us.
Thank you. Mayor, City Council, staff, and members of the public, my name is Robin Elander. I serve as the Executive Director for Downtown Santa Barbara. And I just wanted to share that based on the feedback I've received from the business community as well as the general public, Council and staff are on a good path with continuing your efforts to implement a dedicated bike lane with strategically placed vertical elements to further organize the pedestrian and bike safety elements for downtown. Additionally, I support the circulation, the regular, or the shuttle service, and I urge City Council and staff to continue to explore new ways to further downtown's accessibility, safety, and maintenance, and be very careful to weigh the diverse implications of those choices. The unanticipated and abrupt impacts of the outdoor dining facilities on the 1200 block create accidental ripple effects when not taken into consideration in advance. That said, I understand the strong complications that lifting the economic vibrancy of the area and this diverse conundrum of applications that we are trying to do right now. So thank you for all of your work, and I appreciate your efforts.
All righty. Now we'll go back to council if there are comments or questions. And we have online. Let's go online.
Very good. We have two public speakers online. We have Nick Kuntz and then Sullivan Israel. Nick Kuntz, please go ahead.
And Nick may be kind of talking about the last time anyway, but since he got dropped off, go ahead.
He wants this one.
Okay, very good. Go ahead, Mr. Kuntz.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, esteemed council members. I want to chime in on two things here. The Granada Theater drop-off, as you heard, being inaccessible is a great concern to me. We could debate the requirements. I heard Mr. Henschke assert that it was his opinion that it wasn't required at this time due to the alteration of use of vehicle traffic, but maybe the alteration of use with the bike lane would be a different trigger. Maybe California Building Code accessibility standards would come into play. I think we all agree that it's needed. It's just not clear if it's required. But what is clear to me is that if council doesn't move to address this barrier today, it may remain for a very long time to come. And during which time, as you've heard, wheelchair users are going to be forced to navigate vehicle traffic lane and to reach the mid-block curb ramp. I appreciate the sentiment of a temporary solution I want to caution that temporary solutions often become permanent solutions, and we may miss the opportunity to get this right. And I'd like for council to ask staff how many, by percentage, how many of our loading zones throughout the city are accessible. To my knowledge, there's only one fully accessible loading zone in town, and I know there are dozens of loading zones. I also want to voice my concerns with regard to microtransit. I trust that whatever we as a city do, it will be wheelchair accessible. There's no question about the requirement there, but a microtransit option that only accommodates one wheelchair and one able-bodied passenger as proposed may meet accessibility requirements, but it will not be equitable for some wheelchair users like myself. Many times my family of 4 has been forced to split up for such transportation. Imagine being dependent upon a spouse for assistance and then being forced to send young children off on their own vehicle unaccompanied. It doesn't work. And I seriously doubt the viability of this pilot. The former State Street and waterfront shuttles had lower cost per rider and far lower than could be expected from this micro transit, with economies of scale. So I think we're wasting a lot of time and money on an unsustainable pilot. So I'm asking that you do 2 things today, not because it's required, but because it's the equitable thing to do. Please direct staff to make the Granada Theater loading zone wheelchair accessible permanently. And if you choose to pursue microtransit RFPs, please require proposals to have wheelchair accessible vehicles that at a minimum are able to accommodate a family of 4. Thank you for consideration, and I wish you all a happy holiday.
Thank you. And next speaker, is that?
Very good. And our final speaker is Sullivan Israel. Sullivan Israel, please go ahead.
Hello, I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm Sullivan Israel from Strong Towns, although I'm sure, of course, you know that by now. And I'm sure you won't be surprised to hear that our group supports the bike lanes down State Street. Also, as far as the accessibility is concerned, we are not opposed to having a shuttle go down. We think it's perfectly compatible with bikes and people. If you look up transit malls, which exist all over the US and all over the world, it's something that goes well in other places. When it comes to the pilot block on the Granada, we're very happy to see that bike path there. Although I will say that the loading zone with the Granada not being accessible in the sense that it doesn't have a ramp is something that we brought up to you before. We warned you about it. We also warned you about the Daisy having to remove their parklet. I hate having I told you so, but we did bring this up in multiple public comments. It's also important to point out that the narrative that we sort of disinvited people with mobility issues, again, all of State Street had red curbs. You wouldn't have been able to pull over before. The few loading zones that did exist didn't have ramps. So that's not really true. And also, of course, mobility scooters are more than welcome on the promenade now, and I would argue are more welcome than before because there's much more space for them to operate than before the pandemic when they would have been confined to sidewalks. Also, as far as parklets are concerned, and I tried to make a public comment on that item, but my phone got messed up. But anyway, we're gonna send you a long public comment letter. We did a local economic study on parklets, as well as some suggestions from what the city of Ventura is doing, where they have water-filled barriers that their traffic engineers say will stop cars, but which can be covered with various wood textures or metal textures, and you totally don't see them. So please keep an eye out for that. Thank you again for hearing me, and I'd just like to say we always would love to talk to you. Two city council members we've met with. All of you, of course, are always welcome to meet with us, to come to any of our meetings. We had a lovely social at the Brass Bear this past Sunday. We're having a meeting this Sunday on State Street. So if you ever want to, please reach out. We have now over 300 members, and I'm sure they'd love to hear from you. Thank you.
All right, very good. And now we'll go back to Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. So I would make the suggestion, let's make the Granada accessible, like actually accessible. The Grace Fisher Winter Showcase is this weekend, December 10th. I think that would be a really good opportunity to make sure that, at least in the time being, that the Granada is responsible for ramps and accessibility in that location. I agree with Mr. Kuntz's RFP requirement, and I'm sure, I actually am very confident that you're looking at this with wheelchair plus up to 4 people, 6 people. I know the the microtransit model that I've been supportive of or showing is the Fran, which seats at least 6 people with a wheelchair. So I agree, Mr. Kuntz, that that's a high priority. Let's update those barriers on Victoria Street, and it sounds like we need to reestablish the 20-foot traffic lane. So that's, I don't know if that needs a motion, but I mean, it sounds like that's important and has taken its time there too. Those are my comments for now.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. I, as spoken earlier, support moving forward with the two-prong approach. One is to work with the Granada to try to get the temporary ramp in as soon as possible, and then come back with us on what it would take in terms of resources to really look at the permanent solution. I think Mr. Kuntz is right that often temporary solutions become permanent solutions. So we want to, I think, take care of it now in the interim and see what we can do to ensure that we have the long-term plan to get there. And it is, I agree with Councilmember Harmon that it is better now because people are able to be able to drop off right in the front there who had mobility challenges that prevented them from walking a block, half a block there. In terms of the West Victoria, anything we can do, whatever we need to do to meet the California Fire Code, because from the previous item when this got brought up, I think the quote was that as it stands now, it is not in compliance with the California Fire Code. I think that is a direct quote from our fire marshal, and we need to be creating a lot of issues in terms of circulation. That we do have some serious issues in terms of emergency response time, and the West Victoria and 1300 block estates, my own personal preference, and I know there's not 4 votes to go up here to do it, but I just want to put it out there. I think they need to be reopened. I think they're creating circulation issues, public safety challenges in terms of response time, and I think the 1300 block and the West Victoria, I don't think those structures meet the aesthetic standards of our city, and I've said that repeatedly, and I think there's a lot more that could be done there. So, but at the very minimum, we need to make sure that we are meeting the California Fire Code. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to obviously agree with Mr. Friedman on that and take on West Victoria. And Chief, as I look at the right-hand turn from Chapala onto West Victoria, and I don't drive a fire engine, fortunately, but I would think that's a bit of a difficult navigation to make that turn if you had to make it with that parklet there on the north side. Am I correct in that?
Mayor Rouse, you're correct. Currently, we need to swing into the left-hand lane going up Chapala to make the radius to get onto Victoria headed eastbound. It's impossible to do it from what would be the number 1 lane. You just can't make that turn.
And what about with your ladder truck? Is that a different story?
Believe it or not, we're going to do a little fun fact of the fire department here. The tiller truck actually, in a lot of cases, has a better turning radius than a fire engine, and that's because the wheels in the back go up. It's like a forklift, but a real long one.
Cool. So. And then the last thing about that is because that whatever we want to call the parklet in front of the Alamo del Pueblo is also right across the street from the drop-off for the Victoria. So during showtime, same issues for Granada, where they have a lot of elderly patrons and whatnot that really need to be dropped off there, and then somebody else takes the car elsewhere. So I would imagine, and I've seen, because I walk Victoria most days, and of course there's a lot of businesses that take delivery trucks. So if the timing's wrong, we could have a real mess there, the way it is. There's a pinch point now.
Mayor Rouse, you're correct, and you picked up on my picture, because that was my work truck in the Victoria drop-off zone. Yeah. I wanted to put the scale to that. Yeah. I did take extra pictures that day where there were delivery trucks actually on the eastern portion of the block, and it made some pinch points for the fire apparatus to get through there. And also, I didn't point out that the public market in Alamo del Pueblo, it's a very large complex, and it also part of their parcel line is actually in an evacuation route for the Arlington. So it's a very special block right there. So hence us needing to get there in a hurry with the proper access.
Right, well, thank you. And like I said, and Mr. Freeman's last point about when we've done the things, the chicanes on Sola and whatnot, and change the flow of traffic, is changing traffic and circulation elsewhere, not just for emergency vehicles, but for everybody who lives in those neighborhoods. So, yeah, it's a bit of a problem. Thank you. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to add, one of the points made in the prior item was somebody's ability sitting over there to arbitrate parklets that were right up on corners, wherever that is. And that particular parklet in front of the public market is about the most obscene one I can think of anywhere downtown that is right up on the intersection. And I don't think it wouldn't hurt my feelings or anybody else's feelings, I think, if you started to talk to that about at least scooting it away from the intersection, because that was definitely one of the directions we gave you the ability to do anywhere else on a right-of-way, and that would seem to make sense there, too.
Ms. Gutierrez.
Welcome back, Jordan. This is why I wanted to see you. I wanted the fire marshal here. You basically missed the meeting where everybody was saying that I was crazy for bringing the West Victoria up. And I had mentioned that when we had the conversation about the Granada drop-off, and we were making all of these moves, and we constantly talk about equity, 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 the folks from the theater on Victoria Street, they had come, at least they came to me, I can't speak for everybody else, that they really needed that space to get elderlies to be dropped off in the front. I also know that in the public market, you have a large open space area outside where they have chairs already. My biggest concern was exactly what you mentioned, where the fire truck, and I'll say it again, I've said it in other meetings, when you're in an emergency, every second counts. Seconds seem, especially fire, seconds seem like 30 minutes. You just want to get down that street and get to those individuals or to the fire. So I will open it up again, that can of worms. Either we move the parklets or we remove them. But we have to, if we're doing this, investing so much money for the Granada, we also have to be fair on that block. And if the fire marshal is already saying that there's difficulties, I actually have a question. I'm a car person. If the fire truck is coming at a speed of an emergency, what are the possibilities of the fire truck actually, like half of it kind of flipping over on that street?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Gutierrez, I won't pick on that street, I'll just say any street. Type 1 fire engines, those are the ones you see around town. We have some Type 3 ones too. And the ladder truck, a Type 1 engine our Type 1 engines weigh in at around 52,000 pounds. And there's 750 gallons of water inside there. So you know what happens when you take a turn too fast with 750 gallons of water inside a vehicle? You're going to end up on the side pretty quick. So hence the training, hence the state certification to even drive a fire engine. And unfortunately, we have had members in the fire service die in the line of duty because of fire engines that have rolled over. So it's a serious concern, for sure. The more room we have and the better space and not having to make erratic driving decisions in a fire apparatus, the better it is for everybody.
Thank you. Mr. Henske, can I ask you a question? How do I propose, or even if I can right now, to reopen that street?
Mayor, members of the council, well, you just proposed it, and so but the point is, under Title 31, the city administrator closing of the 1300 block and, or the, excuse me, the modified traffic pattern on the 1300 block and on West Victoria is within the discretion of the city administrator. And so if the council were to say, we want it open back up, the city administrator can implement that immediately. If you want to say, open it back up, but allow the business facilities as appropriate, the city administrator can implement that immediately.
All right, further comments, questions, motions, directions, anything? Mr. Friedman?
I just have a question for Councilmember Gutierrez. Are you considering making a motion to reopen it? And if, well, you'd have to, I'm open to it. I said it earlier. I think it should be open. I think the 1300 block should be open too, because I think it all works in the circulation, because we heard earlier that with SOLA, it affects the downstream thing. So if you're open to it, see where it goes. But if you want to make a motion,
I'll make the motion to reopen West Victoria.
I'll second it for discussion.
Okay, so there is a motion
Due
and
to
a
public safety concerns.
second on the floor. Any public comment on that? And then with that, we could have some discussion, and I would talk to Mr. Jordan.
I suspect you're going to hear that that's not associated anywhere near anything on the menu tonight. So
He just said.
I don't know what was said exactly, but I see the same wrestling, so I'd be interested in hearing that. But my opinion would be certainly that's not on the menu tonight, and anybody affected or had an interest in that one way or the other has not been properly notified through the agenda to discuss that this evening.
Madam Attorney, do you have an opinion on that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Jordan, Mr. Jordan. So it is within the discretion of the city administrator. Council could, under Title 31, it's within the direction of the fire marshal, and the fire marshal and the council could direct and delegate that decision to the city administrator, who would ultimately be making that decision.
And if I can,
And maybe Mr. Henske could.
if I could expand on that a little
Yeah.
bit. The city administrator has the ability right now, with the consent of the city fire marshal and the city engineer, to change the traffic pattern on West Victoria and 1300 block. So you would not be giving specific direction to do that, because that's already in the ordinance. But if the council wants to give a sense of where it stands on this issue, within the scope of this was receive an update on State Street. You previously directed this be put on the agenda on a monthly basis, so you could receive an update and give direction. So expressing your opinion, if you phrase the motion as an expression of opinion, I think that the city administrator still has the discretion to either follow it or not.
So for safety reasons and for equity reasons, I would like for the city administrator, fire marshal, to reopen that street.
Okay, so you have a motion and a second on the floor, and we have some discussion. Ms. Sneddon?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I'm remembering that we specifically put the 0 blocks of West Victoria as part of, sort of protected it as part of the State Street parklets. And I'm wondering if maybe just removing that from that project and making this now part of what we've just established as the citywide parklet program, then it would have to go through safety consideration, design review, up to the city engineer to really look at it closely, to make sure there's the fire lane, to see if it's even worthwhile for the business, but then it leaves that open, and it stops making it such a separate wing one way or another. So I'm wondering if that could just be considered as just to, remove it from the project area so that it can be a parklet zone just like any other parklet zone that we just approved today.
Well, that was kind of my point from the get-go. I never understood why we did wrap that in, because it is a traffic-bearing street in any configuration. So if it was anything else, they should be right-of-way parklets and not part of the of the program.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, with regard to Title 31, it's an adopted ordinance and it's in effect. Okay? So you'd have to change that ordinance and you'd have to change the ordinance that you just adopted or introduced earlier today in order to do what you just asked. So, pardon me?
The ordinance that we just adopted today, I don't believe called out Victoria separately. It's an
The-
earlier previous one on State Street
I
parklets.
understand that. What I'm saying is that the ordinance that you introduced earlier today has a provision in it that talks about installation of traffic safety barriers on the facilities on West Victoria. The ordinance related to State Street Promenade provides authorization to keep the modified traffic flows on West Victoria and the 1300 block of State Street at the discretion of the city administrator. The city administrator, in consultation with the fire marshal and traffic engineer, can alter the traffic patterns. That was what was on the slide. Could you put back up slide 10?
Yeah, this is 10.
So what you're saying is we wouldn't have to go through the whole kabuki dance of doing some ordinance changes. We could just give her our direction.
You don't have to change any
We
ordinances
wouldn't have to do that either.
at all.
Yeah. She must
And
want
then
our
it would-
pleasure.
That's just my alarm that went off.
And then
I
it would be
apologize.
under that, and then it would be under the ordinance that we just approved
No.
today.
She could discretionarily do it.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sutton, the Title 31 specifically allows for the continuance of parklets on West Victoria. It speaks to the city administrator's authority over the traffic flow for safety purposes and traffic circulation purposes. I have not yet received a formal recommendation from the fire marshal and the traffic engineer as to their recommendation on that street, in part because we wanted you to hear their recommendations first. As I understand their recommendations, it is to reestablish the 20-foot fire lane with two-way traffic flow on each street, and what other safety buffers are needed to ensure safe passage. It would be my intention to move forward with that. That does not preclude all parklets on State Street, on Victoria, but it might severely limit particularly the one on the public market side.
I
approve of all
apologize,
of
Mayor
that.
Rouse and council members, if I could just get a point of clarification with regards to Councilmember Gutierrez's request. So the proposal that we have here today and the proposal that's shown on slide 10 is to reestablish a 20-foot fire lane. That is a bit different from returning the street to its pre-pandemic condition. And so we would just want clarification as to what exactly you are requesting.
But even if we remain silent, the city administrator still has the authority based on the engineer and the fire marshal what to do.
So just to be clear, what I would like is for a fire truck to safely navigate through that street, and that we limit, if we have to move certain parklets for that safety turn, then we do that. I just want to make sure that that street is safe enough for the people that are eating in the parklets, but really mainly for for fire to be able to navigate through that street and get there promptly to an emergency call.
Okay, Mr. Friedman.
So I'm going to see if I can get us to the next item so we can get out of here. But I think no matter what, the direction is make it so it complies with the fire code. And I think that's in your authority, and I think there's four to do that today. But what I'm going to suggest, because I think I don't know, but I want more information, because I think continuing to have the 1300 block the way it is, I think it does, but I need more information, that it is going to be an impact to public safety response times, especially with SOLA now changed the way it is. And if we came back at the next one of these meetings and had information on from our fire department and had time to study if there is circulation issues with West Victoria and 1300 block of State, then we could have a more informed discussion on whether or not to reopen those. it also gets to Mr. Jordan's point, because I don't want to make a decision here tonight without those stakeholders being here as well. That is a good point. So I think we could actually, if we could get more information on reopening those two in terms of public safety in particular at our next meeting, but in the meantime, go forward with widening it to 20 feet.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, may I request that at the next meeting, so you have already made the decision about what to do on those streets. You did it when you adopted Title 31. And what you decided is that you would delegate the responsibility for traffic circulation and safety to your two experts in staff experts, and that you would delegate responsibility for executing their recommendations to your city administrator. And I have not executed anything because I haven't had a formal response from them, and I think I have a sense of what they're expecting on Victoria. I have less of a sense of what they're expecting on the 1300 block. I don't know when we would get to that block, but you have already made that decision with Title 31.
All right, then I guess based on that, it's in your hands then, right? Okay, that's all we need, but my preference would be to
Wait.
reopen it. And so.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I very much appreciate that clarification, Ms. Bjork, because I'm a bit befuddled as to why we're even really talking about this. But I guess here we are. We have made the decision. This is going to happen to ensure safety. That's great. I mean, we all want that. If the question is, do we want to have a separate from this discussion about reopening Victoria to traffic and getting rid of the parklets, for the purposes of a straw vote, I do not support that. Actively do not. And I'm disappointed that we would be proposing that without sort of a little bit more coherence as to how it fits into the broader conversation. We just finished a conversation about the Granada block, where the takeaway was maybe we shouldn't reopen anything, and now we're talking about Victoria and saying let's reopen it to. I just, if I'm feeling frustrated, I can imagine the business owners who are watching this are exponentially more frustrated. So I appreciate the clarification. I look forward to the necessary safety improvements, which I think everyone agrees with and understands the importance of. And to the extent that we have further discussion about opening this up and getting rid of the parklets, my position is and will be no on that. Thanks.
Without complicating this more, can we just simply direct our city administrator to come back with findings with your two experts? I mean, you have the authority.
Mayor Rouse, I think we don't have the information without them sitting down with plans in front of me and saying what they're recommending. My read is that there will be a retention of parklets on Victoria, particularly on the south side of Victoria, probably more consistent with what parklets throughout the rest of the non-State Street city look like. I couldn't give you a read on the 1300 block right now, but for the same purposes that we've had long conversations about safety tonight, there are two pieces on the 1300 which are probably more around pedestrian and vehicle safety and circulation than around traffic safety, but I haven't even heard from our fire marshal on that, so it's premature. What would be more useful in terms of direction to staff at this point in time would be to opine as how you would like us to inform the property owners who are affected about what's coming.
Okay, Ms. Gutierrez and then Ms. Sneddon.
I just want to make it clear that I don't want to remove the parklets from the city, from this block. If it was misinterpreted that way, I apologize. But I've made it very clear that my decisions to look at the street again and revise it has been safety. And that's exactly what was presented. And staff, is that clear? Is that message clear that I just wanted to make sure that it's safety, that the fire engines can make those turns to that street safely? So if we have to reduce the length of those parklets, then we'll do it. But no, I don't want to reopen this conversation again. And I'll make it clear again, it's about safety. I want to make sure the fire engines can just be able to flow through that street and get to an emergency call as promptly as it can.
Okay, Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, and I also will reiterate that I am not suggesting removal of the parklets, but just that we reestablish the 20-foot traffic lane, and as I said, make the barriers better looking, and, look at the traffic pattern if they need to be brought in from the corners, but I want to be really clear that I was not suggesting removal.
Okay, and then Mr. Friedman.
I'm going to withdraw my second to the motion because it's still out there, so then we can just get that off the table.
Okay.
And then my one last question is on the, if the parklets remain on West Victoria, just for clarification, they are subject to what we just adopted, so they would be subject to the K-rail? No? Because of
No.
but not the design, but the K-rail. They would be subject to the K-rail.
Yes.
Thank you.
A traffic safety device approved by the city engineer.
Okay, all right, we beat that one to death. Any other comments or questions regarding this or direction to staff? Yes, Ms. Gutierrez.
I just want to say thank you, guys.
Okay.
I really appreciate all the work you've been doing.
All right, shall we move to the next item? Let's do that. Why not? This is the appointments for advisory groups. Did you get some printed copies for us, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, they'll be coming in with the staff in a moment. The staff will be coming in a moment to
Okay,
help answer
because
questions, and
we're
they're coming with
ready to
the
roll. There they
copies.
are.
My notes. I'll be back.
Oh, okay, go ahead. The staff's coming in now. We got Nico and Norma coming in with the stuff. I got my notes. What's that?
Is that any different than the one that was in the agenda?
So these are the updated ones, all right? Okay.
I should know, that's my point. I should know, isn't that my point?
But you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know, this is like, this is like,
But you don't, and you know that you don't, so just take.
that's why I asked. That's where all my notes are. You know?
Okay, so Eric is coming, I don't know, Oscar, Eric's coming back with his notes. This should hopefully go. We're counting on you.
Literally, is that a promise? Famous last words. Is that a promise?
Who's keeping score here?
Good question.
It's gonna say, it just says kids, yeah, that's kind of scary. It's like food fight time.
Yeah, it has notes. Worked out the list.
Okay. We gotta wait for the.
That's good, because I need a minute, sorry, I need to get a perspective. So there's still one vacancy that hasn't been, and we're just waiting for all of it. Oh, I'm gonna start recording.
All right, Madam Clerk, if you could read the next item, please.
Appointments to city advisory groups.
Okay, very good. We're going to be doing this and with our scorekeepers over there. So I'm going to go to each of these committees and ask for nominations. So we'll start out with Access Advisory Committee.
Can we move by acclamation, or do we, on this one, or do we need to do individuals?
No, you can just move by acclamation.
I'll move by acclamation.
Second, okay, all in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed? Very good, carried. Architectural Board of Review.
I believe in an email it said that Brian Barnwell was not eligible for this, so I will move Dennis Whalen.
I'm sorry, what?
So, yeah, Barnwell is not eligible, you're saying?
Correct, yeah.
And he's also applying for another
Yeah.
position, so that would leave us a vacancy on ABR.
I believe when he applied, he discussed his professional experience in related fields, which was not limited to building design, and his carpentry work. Was that considered?
Could we have staff just reiterate the email that you sent us?
Yes, Mayor and Council. So Brian Barnwell, the vacancies for Architectural Board of Review are for licensed architects, not professional qualifications.
I'm just looking at the qualifications category on the sheet here. Is this not, these aren't correct?
It's not one of those.
Oh.
Or
my
possess
apologies.
professional
yeah,
experience?
not the top part, only the bottom part's correct. My apologies.
Only the bottom part. Oh,
Okay, so we have a nomination for Whalen.
okay.
Second? All those in favor? Aye. Anybody opposed? Okay, that leaves us with one vacancy, so we'll maybe do a midterm recruitment or whatever for that.
Well, if I may, if we could reserve right there, that Fred Sweeney is a licensed architect, and I'm not sure where he's going to fall later, but I'd like to reserve that. Okay.
All right. Okay, Arts Advisory Committee, it appears that only, I could have sworn Chris Yost applied or interviewed. Good. Okay, yeah. All right. So, nominations.
I have a question. Kim Cochran came in stating that she was up for reappointment. Was that correct?
She said she was incumbent.
She did say she was an incumbent, you're right.
Yeah, she said she was.
It's not listed as such.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Gutierrez, that's correct. She is an incumbent, so that was not listed on there, but she is an incumbent.
Yeah. Nominate Yayavi and Cochran.
Who was the first one?
Margie Yayavi.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Nominate Yost and Cochran.
Okay. All right, so everybody's been nominated. You want to go down the line and call us out for who we're going to have for 2 vacancies? Go ahead, Mr. Clerk.
Madam Clerk, if you could call the roll.
Very good. So these are for 2 vacancies, and we have Yayavi, Cochran, and Yost nominated, so please list 2 people. Councilmember Harmon.
Yost and Yayavi.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yost and Yayavi.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Cochran and Yost.
Mayor Pro Tem Alejandro Gutierrez.
The same, Cochran and Yost.
Councilmember Sneddon.
Yayavi and Cochran.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yayavi and Yost.
And Mayor Rouse.
Yayavi and Yost.
Yayavi and Yost are appointed.
Okay, thank you. Civil Service Commission. 3 vacancies, 2 applicants.
Moved by acclamation.
Second.
Okay, moved and second by acclamation. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried. Thank you. This is an interesting one, Community Development Human Services Committee. Nobody.
Well, on the next page, continued, so Jenna
What's that?
Hamilton Roll.
Second page, there's one.
I
Oh,
nominate
is- oh,
Jenna
there is.
Hamilton Roll.
There you go. One for this.
So through it.
Hampton roll.
Okay, so we do acclamation? Anybody?
Yeah, through.
It's been moved and seconded. Yeah.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
I'm sorry, who was the second on that? Very good, thank you.
Okay. Community Events and Festivals Committee.
Moved by
Only one, 4
acclamation.
vacancies. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Creeks Advisory Committee.
Moved by acclamation.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Thank you. Let's go Downtown Parking Committee.
Moved by acclamation.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? No. Harbor Commission.
Move McCray and Nelson.
Second.
Anyone else for nomination? I'll move Diamond and McCray. Anyone else? Okay, Madam Clerk, if you'd like to call the roll.
The nominees on the floor are Diamond, McCray, and Nelson for 2 vacancies. Councilmember Friedman.
McCray and Nelson.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
McCray and Nelson.
Mayor Pro Tem Alejandro Gutierrez.
Diamond and Nelson.
Councilmember Sneddon.
McCray, Nelson.
Councilmember Jordan.
McCray, Nelson.
Councilmember Harmon.
McCray, Nelson.
Mayor Russ.
Diamond, McCray.
McCray and Nelson are reappointed.
All right, thank you. Historic Landmarks Commission, 1 vacancy.
I would like to nominate Stephanie Farmer.
I'll nominate Michael Drury.
Any others? Okay, call the roll, please.
And this is for Historic Landmarks Commission. Michael Drury and Stephanie Farmer have been nominated for 1 position. And I'm sorry, who nominated Farmer?
I did.
And who nominated Mr. Drury?
Sneddon.
Okay. Okay. Vote for 1, please. Farmer or Drury. Councilmember Sneddon.
Drury.
Councilmember Jordan.
Drury.
Councilmember Harmon.
Farmer.
Councilmember Friedman.
Drury.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Farmer.
Mayor Pro Tem Alejandro Gutierrez.
Farmer.
And Mayor Rouse.
Drury.
Jury is appointed.
Okay, thank you. Housing Authority, one vacancy and looks like one applicant.
Move by acclamation.
Okay, moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Thank you. Library Board.
I'll move Leslie Dynaberg.
Okay, Dynaberg appears to be the only
There are two.
nomination.
Yeah.
Okay, move. Second, anyone? Okay, very good. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Parks, let's see.
Neighborhood
Neighborhood
Advisory.
Advisory Council?
There's one
No.
person on there, right?
What do you say?
Wait a minute here.
Parks and Rec Council.
Okay, yeah, Parks and Recreation.
Move by acclamation.
Okay, moved. Second, all in favor, say aye. Aye, anyone opposed? Thank you. Okay, here comes the fun one. Planning Commission.
Move DeLucio and Barnwell.
I'd also like to move Sweeney.
Okay. So we will take a roll call and vote for two, please.
Okay, DeLucio, Sweeney, and Barnwell are all nominated. Vote for 2 positions, please. Councilmember Jordan.
DeLucio, Barnwell.
Councilmember Harmon.
DeLucio, Barnwell.
Councilmember Friedman.
DeLucio, Barnwell.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
DeLucio, Sweeney.
Mayor Pro Tem Alejandro Gutierrez.
DeLucio and Barnwell.
Councilmember Sneddon.
DeLucio, Sweeney.
And Mayor Rouse.
DeLucio Barnwell.
DeLucio and Barnwell are appointed.
Thank you. Rental Housing Mediation Board. Appears that we have more vacancies than we have applicants.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded by acclamation. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Thank you. So ordered. Santa Barbara Youth Council.
Move by acclamation.
Okay, moved and seconded by acclamation. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Very good.
Mayor Rouse,
Yeah.
we can only take one of each category, so there's only one vacancy for each
Oh.
of those groups. So we'll need
So what
to
do we
vote,
have here?
separately for each of those.
Oh, only one public at large?
There was an email with if I recall, with recommendations. Do you have a copy of that? I can't seem to find it. That came from the youth council themselves. I just want to.
Is it in the packet? I will pull it up, but I believe Mr. Friedman, it is in the packet as attachment 1.
So these don't cross over, so we'll have to make two different votes for the two different categories? Is that what you're saying, Mr. Lopez? Okay.
Mayor Rouse, that's correct.
All righty then. So, I guess what we'll do is, what's that?
Attachment 1 in our packet. That's what I saw. So in attachment 1 for us, the youth council made a recommendation. So if we want to take a moment to look at it, but I'll trust their judgment and I'll nominate Suresh and Zavala.
Okay, any other nominations? Well, given that, I think we can go ahead and make a motion to,
Motion to move those two.
I have a question. So I see local
Zavala and
alternative
Suresh.
community or continuation high school. There's 2 vacancies. Is there any way we can just have these applicants fill in those seats?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Gutierrez, I don't believe so. I would defer to the city attorney for her opinion, but I don't believe so.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Freeman, Councilmember Gutierrez, I do not believe you can just move around appointments into different categories.
Okay,
Thank you.
it's just a suggestion.
I actually want to second Mr. Freeman's recommendation.
That was on Zavala Charest. And are we still moved and seconded on that one? Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? So given. And last but not least, Water Commission.
Move by acclamation.
Okay, moved and seconded, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? So ordered, thank you. Any council, staff communications, or council member engagements? Mr. Freeman, you got it? Oh, thank you for that. Alejandro Gutierrez.
I just wanted to invite everyone to the Milpa's Christmas Parade on Saturday. It's going to start promptly at 6 p.m. and the Grand Marshal for the parade will be our lovely Chief of Police. And then on Saturday in the daytime, we're going to have a community event at the Casa de la Raza, and it's targeted for families and the youth. And it's going to be doors open at noon, and it's going to end at 3:30. So everybody's welcome to come to District 1 before the parade and check out that community gathering. Thank you.
Very good. Oscar Gutierrez.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank Paseo Nuevo for their tree lighting ceremony and the mayor, State Assembly Member Greg Hart, and the Grinch for everything they did. And DJ Darla B. Oh, and also for the downtown tree lighting ceremony, Robin Elander and her team, and John Palmentera, DJ Darla B, and Skip Forrest really did a great job. Created a lot of great memories, and yeah, want to thank them and give them props and respect. And here's to the next few dozen tree lightings we got this month.
All right, very good. If there are no further comments, I would like to adjourn this meeting in the memory of Sojourner Kincaid, Poet Laureate, probably one of our most dynamic ones we've had. So we will adjourn in her memory. And with that, we're adjourned.